officially open the ordinary meeting of the 13th of October at 9:09 a.m. and thank councillors for their attendance. I'd also make special mention of the spring-summer series that we are having council meeting in the regions, and this is the region of Bitumen, and we're in Renewal. And I'd just like to welcome that we're in a very important part of the Maranoa, as in all parts of the Maranoa, and I'd like to pay my respects to the elders, both parts, present and emerging, of this region. And on that note, do we have anyone to confirmation of the minutes? Councillor Edwards.
I'd like to move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 22nd of September 2021 be confirmed.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Do we have anyone to confirm the minutes of the special meeting on the 29th of September? Councillor Taylor, sorry,
on your
good to see
blind
you
side
there.
today.
Need to look further sideways.
That the minutes of the special meeting held on the 29th of September 2021 be confirmed.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, if there's no other business, we will move on to page 45.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, can they come on our iPad on?
I'm just trying to find
The teams come up then.
I've got the KR and the WT in the corner, but I can't see anything.
Let's see if this works. How's that?
No. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, 11.1, cease use of My Maranoa app. I've got a question.
Okay, page
Oh, 45, sorry. Going too fast. Okay, item 8.1, heavy vehicle safety and productivity program and bridge renewal, offer of funding and tender exemption request. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that Council amend resolution number 0M-03.2021-03 and replace with that Council authorise the Chief Executive Officer to apply for a tender exemption, including the provision of supporting documentation for the Primaries Road Loop Extension Roma and Creek Street Upgrade Project Amby under the Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Program.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Does the mover wish to speak?
No, thanks.
Okay, no one else wishes to speak. We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 11.1, cease of use of My Maranoa app. I've just got a question. Is there any plan before we cease it do we have a way of contacting the people that use it and say we're looking at shutting it down and rerouting it or whatever, just so I know there's a small amount of people, but if someone is using it, just to give them the courtesy rather than just shutting it off, do we know?
What we approving
Question.
He was here.
Yeah.
Right, well,
It actually doesn't work anymore anyway, does it? I can't make it work.
oh, it's not even working.
I don't, well, it won't work on my iPad.
But we'll just wait 1 second and just see if we get that, otherwise we'll move on.
I wouldn't know if then.
our website?
What a notification is.
Well, the part of the things that do the app is.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How you going? Would you like to take a seat here? So I just had a question. Obviously, it makes sense probably to cease it because you've got other opportunities, but do we have a way of actually letting them know before we do something, just to give them a courtesy of what we are replacing it with?
Sure.
For the few people that are using it?
Definitely could probably put out some media around that it's changing. If you're referring directly from the app, the problem we have at the moment is the app is actually, to make it function again, at the moment it's not even functioning.
Oh, yeah, that's what was said.
Because of the, it needs to be updated to support the new versions of the operating system, so we'd have to update it, so spend money updating and then put a redirect on it.
Right, okay.
So probably at this
That
point,
makes sense.
financially, just to
So it
be.
wasn't anything.
No, just you-
Yeah, there's a reason.
I guess that was also part of the catalyst of we keep spending money on keeping that app going, or we use that solution around using device-aware website that we've got now to fulfill that need. So.
Right. Okay. Right, do we have a mover on 11.1? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that council provide mobile and tablet access through council's new device-aware website platform. This will allow council to maintain focus and provide a greater level of engagement with the public through a single portal and simplify community access to council information and services. And 2, cease use of the My Maranoa mobile app.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 11, page 52, 11.2, data supply deed with local government authorities. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
I move that council authorise the Chief Executive Officer to sign the data supply deed with local government authorities, deed number 2021/000307, if the final terms are acceptable.
We have a seconder, Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. .3 Approval of payment Queensland Local Government Workcare Scheme. Do we have a mover?
Question?
Please go ahead, Councillor Taylor.
Then I'm on my question. In the officer's recommendation, it says, number 3, there to complete future payments invoice. So does that mean it won't have to come back to council again? Is this an ongoing thing?
What page is that?
Page 68.
68. Thank you.
Just in the third part of the officer's recommendation.
Yes,
Yes,
that's correct.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you. So
Okay.
it's, yeah, it's an ongoing
Yes.
payment all the time.
Each year.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that council 1 authorise payment to the Queensland Local Government Workcare Scheme managed by Jardine Lloyd Thompson Proprietary Limited, totalling $390,572.42 GST inclusive, pursuant to section 25235F of the Local Government Regulation 2012. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to raise a purchase order to the value of $390,572.42. And 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to complete future payments invoiced the Queensland Local Government Workcare Scheme in accordance with budget approvals.
Do we have a seconder? I think Councillor Taylor, were you first, I think?
That was another.
So, Councillor Taylor, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 11.4, Roma Saleyards Memorial Plaque Wall. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that Council, 1, approve the installation of a memorial plaque wall at the Roma Saleyards as proposed. 2, be provided the draft design for review and comment prior to construction. 3, include storyboards which explain the significance of each commemorative plaque where research material is available to complete this aspect. 4, draw the required funds from the Saleyards operations budget GL 2272-2200.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 11.5, councillor attendance at Regional Roads and Transport Group Assembly and LGA Annual Conference. We have a mover, Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move it, but I've got a question as well. But I'll move that Council 1 endorse the attendance of Councillor McMullen at the Transport Group Assembly and at the 2021 LGAQ Annual Conference as an additional registered observer. 2, draw applicable registration, travel and accommodation costs from Councillor McMullen's conference budget allocation.
Yep, and do you have a question?
After you got a second,
Oh, well, we had Councillor Ladbrook. Did you second that? Or did you not just have your hand up?
No, I did second it.
Yeah,
Yep.
right. So we have a second to Councillor Ladbrook. Go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
My question isn't specifically about Councillor McMullen and this resolution. It's more, we've got a council meeting scheduled that week, and now that Councillor McMullen, Councillor Hancock and myself will be at the conference until Wednesday. What's the intention with that council meeting? Will it go ahead, or do we look at moving it as we have in other years where we've had councillors?
I'm also away that week, so I'll be dialing in if you do have a meeting.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be home, but whatever, yeah, I'll come home.
Well, we just
Tuesday.
probably need to look at the agenda and see, but at the moment, people could dial in.
So that we can't, because the conference is the Wednesday and the motions that will be debated are on the Wednesday. So you won't be there for that,
No,
Councillor McMullen.
no, I was going to head home that afternoon. Yeah.
Just
No, I was going to come home Tuesday night.
Oh, were you?
Afternoon, yeah.
Okay, right.
Maybe we could have a look at that and see if there's motions of interest that you may want dealt with, or we could lay them on the table if you want to be involved with those. Or,
Motions make it our agenda. Oh, I see. Right.
you know, just to keep things rolling. But anyway, any other questions, councillors?
I just have one question.
Yes.
And I absolutely have no problem with Councillor McMullen, but I'm just wondering what might have changed, because I remember when we did put up the representatives to go that Councillor Taylor said, is there anyone else who wants to go? So I was just wondering what might have
Just a
changed.
few things were raised about the transport thing, so I've got to just gonna have a bit of a look at that there. The transport group, being on the South West Alliance.
Through where you represent
Yeah,
on the South West
yeah,
Alliance of the
yeah,
transport
yeah.
group.
Couple of
So,
things to look at, yeah.
yeah, righto, so the invitations sort of come via that.
Yeah,
And it's also clarity too, so this is just clarifying what's happening, so I think it's
Oh, sorry, I don't
very good to
understand.
do that.
What do you mean by clarifying what's
No,
happening?
it's clarifying who's going and who's attending, which wasn't in the other motion, and other things change over time, so this is clarifying that Councillor McMullen is going.
Oh, yeah, and I definitely don't have.
As
I
council representative to this, so.
absolutely don't have a problem with that. I just want to know what might have changed, that's all.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 12.1, Bitumen Sealing Works, Rehabilitation Works, RMPC Works and Flood Damage Works. Do we have a mover?
Does Harp have anything to say?
Not really, I think it's pretty straightforward. These are all pre-approved suppliers from the local panel. They're all capable of doing the work, so it was based on 100% price. And RPQ, Spray Seal, had the lowest price.
Is there a time frame when they have to have a job?
I think there is, but I don't have it here.
Or was it in the report?
October 21 to through to completion February
Oh,
22.
yeah, it's there.
Yeah, so I've got a whole heap of work happening, in the next several months.
That's, yeah, on that question, I think in the future, as we move into operating locally, we really, obviously will have more opportunities to focus on how the work's actually happened, and like, because, yeah, this might be done on price, but it could be quality of the works and so forth that can adjust what people do. And obviously, I'm sure we look at that to a point, but if you've got more time, I think we'll be able to look at in the areas more detailed, which can hopefully, yeah, inform as far as the tender process in the future. So I think there's opportunities there in the future as we've got more eyes on the ground.
Council has worked with all of these suppliers
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
So it looks like.
Yeah.
Just while we're discussing, it's probably, I know I put in a request a few weeks ago. Can't remember what the reply was, but one, I don't know who did the last job on Morelands Road, but for some reason it's all peeling, but that's not
Yeah.
no, what I'm.
I can't help you with that one.
No, I realise that, but I just wanted to raise it while we talk. I don't know what the issue is, but all the stones coming off.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Not all of it, but like considerably, no.
Yeah, stripping from
Stripping
from the Morelands turn off way back to Morelands Lane. They're just
Yeah, that
Last
the
little
last
stretch.
400 metres there. I went and had a look at it probably 6 weeks ago. I
Yeah.
noticed it. Deputy Director Cam's been out. It's just that if you had that second coat sooner rather than later, so we've got that scheduled. So, but yeah,
second coat will fix it. Yeah,
But it would have been the same contractor that did that whole stretch, wouldn't it? Like, why would that last little bit change?
Yeah, so it's probably got the fair bit of a. We did the traffic count on it. There was probably getting more traffic than we thought, but yeah, it's it just didn't bind that last bit.
Yeah,
Like, we did the whole road at the same time.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, but it's stripped off. Probably should have actually got that second coat on it sooner rather than later. Normally we would do a seal, in sort of end of sort of February, and then another 6 months later we'll come back and do it again. But yeah, it wasn't even like it was thin or anything, it's just stripped. The rock's actually stripped, so. But yeah, now we're aware of that one, we've got it programmed in there, so.
But yeah, your point is good, and I think there's more that we could do in the future on that, you know, so. Okay, did we have a mover? Councillor Taylor?
I'd like to move that one, council approve RPQ spray seal proprietary limited as a preferred supplier for the RFQ VP 2.
Can we add to number 3 where it says authorised chief executive officer, put or delegate?
Oh,
in there?
yeah.
Sorry, I forgot to do that. Thank you.
Right, I'll start again. That council one, approve RPQ spray seal proprietary limited as a preferred supplier for the RFQ VP 266282 bitumen surfacing works, rehabilitation works, RMPC works and flood damage works program, noting that the submitted price of $806,307.46 including GST. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to enter into contract with RPQ Spray Seal Proprietary Limited, formalising the term and conditions in the local by instrument of agreement if the terms are acceptable. And 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to approve any variations within the budget for these projects.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? Then we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Good morning. How are we going?
Thanks, Cecil.
Councillor, so they know Graham's now a grandfather this week, so.
Well, congratulations.
Congratulations,
Well, nobody
Poppy.
congratulated me on being a grandma.
Congratulations, Wendy.
Thank you.
Any other news?
I shan't be one of them.
like saying that.
Okay, 12.2, delegate authority for the Chief Executive Officer to sign the DTMR deed of indemnity for construction of gas mains in their road reserve in 2021-2022. Do we have a mover? Councillor Ladd.
I'd like to move that council authorise the chief executive officer or delegate to sign the deed of indemnity to the Department of Transport and Main Roads for the construction of the gas mains in their road reserve in the 2021-22 financial year.
We have a second, Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 12.3, replacement of bore 7 Roma. I would like to move that council not proceed with approving the location of the replacement bore for Roma bore 7 and 2, a report be brought back to council in relation to installing a new bore 6 kilometres from Campbell's Park, approximately, on the road reserve, as was recommended previously, with storage to be at Campbell's Park. And 3, part of the report would be for our water management plan for it to come back to be altered to incorporate the strategic new bore. Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Councillor McMullen?
Questions?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I don't really quite understand what we're saying, and I don't understand the system, so, like, aren't we moving this bore from one side of town that I would assume would have been needed on that side of the town, right over to the other side of the town?
So
I'm just a bit
I'm
confused.
happy to explain that. We've certainly had advice that the cone of, I think, influences the way they sail. It could be slightly different. You don't want your bores close to each other. We have bores that really service probably nearly 1,000 people, each of our major bores. We have declining levels with our bores, and it's a major concern. And the report that said you need to spread them out to have the furthest drawdown so they're not affecting each other. So we've got a lot of our bores historically that are very close to each other. And close for a large bore. We're not talking about, stock and domestic for one household here. So by putting it, there's also a transformer that's already there. It was that planned by Roma Town. So if you go out there, you'll see the transformer just sitting there, not connected to anything, because it was for that purpose. So this is about, my concern as mayor is that, we don't ever want to be in a situation where we run out of water, and having a large storage on Campbell's Park would give us the backup. There's about 6 kilometres of pipeline that will be needed, but it really gets our bores a considerable distance, which has been recommended. So this is what this is about. So obviously that bore is still there at the moment, and we realise it's not on our land, but this is about doing money will always be tight what we do, so this is about doing a bore that future-proofs and having it very high so we can punch it into town is a benefit as well.
So will we, like, I obviously haven't read that report, but that must have been for,
Oh, it's back in Roma Town days.
so I don't, you know, I'd like to be able to read the report and understand this before we say that we're not going to do it. So I was just wondering, like, can we get that report? Can we, like, I need to know.
Well, this is just getting a report back to council with all the details. It's not making a decision that this will definitely happen, but we'll get all the information. My view is it's so urgent, I don't think we can wait for it. I'm happy to get any information that any councillor needs to do their job in the next report. And they may not even be able to find that report. But I have spoken with former councillors of Roma Town, and that was a real thing. It was a major project of Roma Town Council to do this plan.
I understand that we probably need to do it, maybe we need to get another report that, because we would have different bores now and it'd be a different situation to back then, would it? Like our water infrastructure is different?
It could be, but councillor.
Could I explain a bit more, Mr Mayor? The Roma Town is on a bowl, and the problem they were having in Roma Town, they were pumping it dry. It takes X amount of time for the water to run back into it, so they did that big feasibility, they had the E. coli out of the powerhouse and all that. Bore 18 on the western side of town was put down outside the bowl, the recommendation, and Maranoa Regional Council have the report somewhere, it's on microfiche I've been told, you know, on that microfiche system. And bore 19, in the Roma Town days, was to be this location where we're talking about, where there's a power transformer all there. Both those wells, I believe, are outside the saucer, because the saucer that town sits on takes X amount of time to keep replenishing. So the recommendation back then was to pump from those two sites outside the saucer, so it's not they're getting water because it's not takes so long to fill the saucer back up. The consumption was beating the filling up of the saucer. If that's sort of a bit hard to explain.
No, I understand that. Yeah.
And I believe I've been told in Roma Town, prior to amalgamation, everything was put on that microfiche system. I don't know much, but I've got an idea. So I don't know where, it's probably in the archives somewhere, so I would assume it's all there. I don't know for sure.
And I guess we'd have to look at the costing and all that, like all that would come back from the report, and I guess the officer, what you would think about that, Graham? I guess your professional opinion.
And I think...
We've got Councillor Taylor's been wanting to ask a question.
Just a couple of things. The existing bore is not on our land. How does that happen?
But I can answer that if you... That was put down by Richter Borden when I was a kid. They came to Roma and they whacked a few down for the council. I think they did it as a courtesy, because it was in their yard and all that, and it's well, 60 something they came to town. And my understanding, recently council, we've got a easement over all that now, haven't we? Like, we don't own it, but we have an easement. That's why the new gateway's put in. In the last term of council, we were discussing there's an easement in there, and I think the board's just on an easement, isn't it? It's not locally owned. It's not local government owned.
So the new bore site that we have on this plan here for bore 7 is over down here. Was there any reason why you picked that site?
To you, Mr Mayor, the one reason is it's close to the existing bore 7, so it'll serve the same purpose.
Which serves what? What purpose does it serve?
Currently bore 7 feeds into the Miss Campbell Reservoir. The Miss Campbell Reservoir, before we're just getting water from the tower, and so by feeding directly into there we take pressure off the tower, and the rest of the town benefits from that. And the other reason for putting it there is because that whole area is a future growth area, and so when that area grows we can service that area from that bore.
It's okay with the police. What was formerly known as the police paddock, which council now own, and obviously long-term planning was housing there, but as Graham said, it just feeds into that reservoir just down the road.
Yeah. Wasn't there a bore that's not used out near Campbell's Park somewhere?
That's private though. There is that one on that subdivision, if that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's owned, well, I don't know who actually owns it, but it was put down for the subdivision, I believe. I don't know if the council inherited it.
Yeah, that's right.
Did we council inherit that, or does it still belong to the
I think that
developer?
was councillors, I don't know, it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago now, that we've had an approach to see if we wanted to buy it.
Yeah.
In the full process.
Was that who you mentioned?
No, we looked at that, I put a report to council that because of the size of the board, we get no benefit from it, it wouldn't be worth our while buying.
These bores are, the council bores that are putting down are very big bores, and there's a lot of less risk in doing things in today's standards and today's technologies. Councillor O'Neill.
Through the chair, Graham, what impact, I'm putting it on the spot here, not proceeding with the drilling of bore 7, what impact is that going to have on the western side of town?
The impact that it has is that the Miss Campbell Street area will only be affected from the tower and not from bore 7 as well. So in the peak of summer, the tower is struggling to feed that whole area, and so you will get a drop in, some drop in service to the rest of town that's fed by the tower.
And the mayor's suggestion of putting the bore out on Campbell's Park, is that going to assist at all the issues on the western side of town if bore 7 is not recommissioned?
No, it'll feed into the tower, and the tower will still have the same function, so you'll be servicing less from the other boards, but it won't help with that pressure problem. It'll just mean the tower is serviced from that other board rather than from boards within town.
So the material impact of not going ahead with what has been recommended is that over the summer period there will be a drop in pressure.
Potentially it's a drop in pressure and service to a lot of the town that's serviced from the tower.
Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I think the whole point we're missing here is the bores were programmed to be built outside the bowl, because if we get into a real hot summer, we'll end up, no matter how many bores we've got, they'll go back to pumping that bowl dry. I know we had one up in McGrath Park that was just been re-drilled previous to they abandoned it, because every time the water pressure dropped, it started sucking sand and they had to pull the bore. So that's why it was originally abandoned, but last term council made the decision to put another one in there, and it may be better now with the new well, don't get me wrong, but that was the whole issue, not the whole thing behind it, from the big investigations in Roma town days to get outside that bowl, so you're not waiting for the bowl to fill up all the time.
Councillor
Yeah,
Burke.
through you, Mr Mayor, just what about like a booster system at that end of town? Because if you're going to have more support coming in to get that to those areas, would that be a...
On the, are you talking about the eastern side?
Say if they don't, for argument's sake, don't go ahead with bore 7, a booster pump or something there to transfer that water around.
Western side.
Western side. If this, like in a way in that resolution you could say not proceed at this time with approving, that might be one way to till a report comes.
Can I make a suggestion? Maybe a question first. Approximately how many years ago, we're talking microfiche, but exactly how many years ago is this advice that council is relying on today?
About 2000 and I'm just trying to think, not probably 3 years before amalgamation, something like that, when that big E. coli hit up in the tanks at the powerhouse, sorry, that's where the big end up was coming from.
But have you got the report?
No, I haven't got it, but it's...
Mayor, have you got the report?
No.
So how can we have a resolution with... I'm not saying that report's wrong, right? No. We need to see it, but how are you moving a motion today having not seen the report yourself?
So approximately 3 years before amalgamation, so that's about 2005.
Well, I'll tell you how, through you, Mr Mayor, whenever bore 18 was drilled.
So we're relying, council in considering this matter is potentially relying on information from about 16 years ago. Probably to that. About that.
Whenever that bore was drilled.
So the council collectively, 16 years ago, and I suspect there has been a lot of changes, correct me if I'm wrong, Manager Graham, since that time. So council's not even considering any changes to the network or how it's configured or any new additions.
There's been no changes made since then to replenishing the bowl, because that bowl hasn't changed.
It's actually only got worse.
The underground.
So I understand that there is a long history of the mayor wanting the new bore at Campbell's Park. That's a strategic matter for council. But what I am concerned about is that potentially a decision is being made here to not proceed with approving a replacement bore without councillors collectively understanding the impacts of that on using current day information. So I would suggest that you, if anything, that you not proceed with one at the moment. Don't make a decision about a bore that you don't have information about or an understanding of, and just go with be provided a report on the Campbell's Park, which is the Mayor's priority, and as part of that report, the asset management plan come back for consideration in relation to the strategic new bore, because you can't make a decision on what you don't have any information about, today's information.
But CEO, we're making the decision to have a report. We're not making a decision. The bore is still there. The point one is not putting down a new bore. So we are actually making a decision to get a report.
Yeah.
And I'd also...
Councillor Guthrie's next.
Mr Mayor, I'd just like to remind all councillors, in our time, and I'm talking since election, we've had a briefing by a government department who specified all of this information, and I think in the last 12 months, so I have no access to, nor recollection of, or awareness of what you're saying, but I am very, very aware of sitting for a period of time, maybe 2 hours, and we had a number of people come and talk about bores and water security. And you may remember that, and that was a point that was made, was about the dish and the access to the water, etc.
Okay.
And I'd just like to add to, the booster pumps are still sitting out there near the powerhouse site that can be recommissioned, I believe, too, so that we use from those original concrete tanks.
If we have a reservoir at Campbell Park, we wouldn't need to use the booster pumps that be high enough to gravity feed into.
No, with all due respect, I don't agree with that unless you put a new main in, because the main...
No, we're not going to put it at the existing site. We're going to be putting it on a site further west, opposite the intersection with the Sirac turnoff. And I've checked, and that reservoir is high enough to gravity feed into town.
Well, all that's going on is from the days of the cement tanks. The gravity feed to the Saleyards for wash down was useless until the booster pumps kicked in. But the mains, we were told back then the mains, I wasn't account just through general trying to find out what was wrong, the mains weren't from out there into town, aren't big enough to allow big enough flow. It'll gravity feed, but it wasn't enough to keep the supply up. That's why the booster pumps were put in. And I know the whole town's changed, but I mean...
Yeah, and that could be something that it could be looked at. The question I got for Graham is, when we did the new large bore at the airport, how many megalitres of storage did we put into that facility?
It's 1.5 megalitres.
Yeah, 1.5 megalitres. So it may be part of this getting the reports back is that we reconfigure. Can we pull more out of there than what is there now? Because that is a top class facility that we've got, and what I'm putting forward to get a report, and I'm certainly happy to keep one in there, is that we're saying we want bigger and less of them further apart to really solidify our water storage. And of course we are going to have to deal with that area if we don't have bore 7 anymore. So we will do that. But we have a very, for the new councillors that have not seen it, please drive out and drive along that road and have a look at the 1.5 million litres of water that's stored with the large bore at the airport, because that can do more, whereas at the moment we've got sort of little bits here and there. So it's about more water security. Councillor.
Excuse me, can we also just look at the aquifers as well in the report? Because sometimes you're better off going to the next, get a more certain supply than what we've got here at the moment as well. Just wondering if that's a possibility.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's what the department has recommended. They've not recommended that we try and get out of the existing depression, but rather go to a different aquifer. And so I was going to do bore 7, I was going to do that into the Hutton instead of the Dwqmp. And what we were going to do is put a big reservoir up at Campbell Park and a bore right next to the reservoir, so you don't have to pump 6 kilometres to that reservoir when you're gravity feeding to town. And that reservoir will be in Hutton as well, and that's what the department supports.
Mr Mayor, I will say one good thing about the report, Graham. That well, as you pointed out, was drilled by the gas company, oil companies, and it wouldn't be cased properly, it wouldn't be cemented properly. That's pulling.
Bore 7.
Yeah, the existing one.
That's correct. It goes through a number of aquifers.
Many of the wells, even the landholder wells, that's how they were drilled originally. They just drilled the hole and picked up five water tables. They just took the lot, but it's not permitted now.
Well then, Councillor Ladbroke.
So, to get a full report, up-to-date report, would that be expensive? Like to know exactly, because we seem to be guessing a bit.
No, well that's what we're asking for, is support from the officers with that, and then hopefully they can find that microfiche report.
Yep.
But the idea of the 6 kilometres is actually space our bores out. And I think that's good for a few reasons. Councillor Hancock.
I just have 2 questions. One of them is bore 7 working at the moment? Yeah. So if we don't go ahead with moving it to where you recommend in the report, it will still work until we can get something else that will do what it was doing?
The bore's in really poor condition, so there is a potential that the bore can fail. We've done a proper condition assessment of it, and it's shown that the bore is in poor condition.
And so my second question is I just don't feel comfortable, because I actually want to have a look at the whole plan and show me where all the bores are and explain this stuff to me. Water is just such a huge thing that I don't feel comfortable as a councillor to make a decision where I'm not fully informed. And what my concern is like maybe there's a proposal that we can do bore 7 and move it, plus do the Campbell Park bore. Like maybe that's what we should be doing. I'm not against the Campbell Park bore. I just want to have a look at it all together so I can get a full understanding. And if we put in this resolution not to proceed with approving the location, and then we get reports back and then we look at it and we go, oh, well, we would like to move, that's okay, we'll put bore 7 there and we'll do another bore here, we'll have to rescind this. So I just wonder if it would be, like Councillor Burkett said, more beneficial just to say at this time.
Councillor O'Neill.
Or I was going to suggest something similar, amend number 1 to say that council defer making a decision on approving the location until after, I don't know the rest of the, after 2 and 3 have come back. And that way, if 2 and 3 inform us that we can do both, or we need to go with 7, we don't have to do a rescission motion. You can still say no then if that's what council feels, but at least you're just deferring the decision until after we get the reports back.
Councillor
Mr Mayor, I agree with everything that's said. Just for the new councillors that weren't here last term, when I got on, not just when we got into last term, bore 7 wasn't even hooked up. It was just sitting there idle. So when we got into some real heavy...
But we need it though.
We need it. Oh, we need it. I'm not but what I'm getting at, the demand came for another bore. And that goes back to what I said before, the recommendations to stop pulling out of that saucer, because the more you pull out of the saucer, it's slow to fill up.
I'd just love to have that briefing on that, where we can get a whole overview of the water issue. Because so it wasn't on council, but I still heard about the water issues in Roma. So I just don't feel comfortable as a councillor to make a decision where I don't actually know all that stuff, and I really would like the opportunity to know.
It's really, as Councillor McMullen said, that it wasn't used there, and it wasn't until we did all that work in Miss Campbell Street, the reservoir and the treatment plant in that corner there, just off Queen Street there, so we could actually feed into that. But Graham, just a couple of councillors asked the question, just in terms of the depth there, you just touched on that bore 7 there. Is it a different aquifer to what we've got all the others, or was it the same as some of them?
As Councillor McMullen says, bore 7 is through a number of aquifers, and that's part of the problem, that it goes through the coal seam as well, and potentially is causing contamination of the other aquifers, which is a real concern to the department. So they want us to shut that bore down as quick as possible.
The point 2, be provided with a report in relation to installing a new bore at Campbell's Park in the road reserve. And then I would also add to that, to be informed as part of tacking on to point 2, be informed of high utilisation of the airport bore and storage to service areas for bore 7. So we can have a look at, are we getting the most use of that completely different facility? Because it seems to go one way, I think, more than that way. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, it's not, that putting in a new board at Campbell's Park, that's very misrepresenting because it's 5 k's from Campbell's Park to the site. So anyone looking at it that might know about history, it's 5 k.
Yeah, I did actually say 6 k's.
5 or 6 k from Campbell's Park. It's not actually at Campbell Park.
You bore 6 kilometres.
The reservoir's going to be at Cairns Park.
Oh yeah.
It's also got to be economically efficient based on, going deeper or going to different aquifers or position or.
That'll come back as
The whole thing's got to come back in that report. It's got to cover all that off, otherwise.
I'm just going to ask, Graham, what's a realistic time frame to get a report of this nature back, given that there are some time pressures around bore 7, and obviously we're moving into the warmer months, and council will need to make a decision one way or another, and there's the time to implement it, etc. So what's realistic to get a report back?
The deadline for the next meeting is tomorrow, so it'll have to be the following meeting. I can get it back to the following meeting.
Could it come in the first instance to a briefing then?
Yeah.
Because I'd like to have a briefing on
With the
the
maps.
whole lot.
Yes.
Because we've had conversations just recently about other bores needed for other areas, and so I'd like to look at all that.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, through you, Graham, talking to Cindy there too, we did, in terms of whether the bore is located, there was some funding we were going to try and target too, wasn't it? So what's the deadline on that?
The next round of BOR funding is open now, and it's only aimed at water and sewage. And so I was going to recommend that we put bore 7 in for that funding, and I know the department will support that because they've asked us to do it. The other bore, we can't put the funding in for that. I was going to put it at Campbell Park, and we don't own the land, so we need to purchase the land first before we can really get any funding for Campbell Park.
So what's the deadline, what's the closing date on that funding?
I think it's the end of November, so it's coming to the next council meeting for a decision, and I think the application's closed 23rd of November, somewhere around there.
Mr Mayor, this report that's coming, can we be provided with, if we can, the information whether Campbell's Park's inside the bowl or outside the bowl?
Campbell Park's inside the bowl.
Yeah, so I don't.
But as I've said, the department has said we must go down to the Hutton to stop this problem, not get outside the bowl. It'll be cheaper to drill a bore into the Hutton than to drill a bore 6 kilometres from town.
Sorry, you said go into the Hutton?
Yes.
Is that outside the bowl, is it?
It's a different aquifer. The bowl we're worried about is Kalamunda.
Okay.
So if we sink bore 7 and the new bore at Campbell Park in the government, in the Hutton, then we lessening that problem.
That's why I was asking the question about the depth before, about the depths of the bore.
Yeah, maybe, Mr Mayor, if we could have, when this comes back to us, if we could have a log on bore 18, the drill log, so we can look at it, please.
Okay.
Because it was the first one, it was the first one that was built. Drilled by Roma, yeah.
Councillor Ladbroke.
Director Graham, with the bore out at the airport, in your opinion, can it be beefed up a bit?
Yes, I can.
So it's not working max? So
No, it's not.
And it's huge.
So
It's
that
huge.
bore can be, the water can get transferred over to Muscamble Street or not, or is it just there?
It can,
And it can't go any further?
but there is potential growth towards the west and the north as well. So in future, that bore might be required to service that area. So it'll be a short-term fix, but it might not service the long-term.
Near Bass's Park?
Yes.
The Graham referring to the police paddock with the west.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yep.
Yeah, and I'm happy to add in there to point 2 to do with Councillor Edwards. What were you saying?
What Manager Graham was saying, going to the next back, like seek water from other aquifers to alleviate this problem rather than sitting in the same bowl. Go deeper, and also it's a bit like instead of spending 100 grand, spend 200 to, you know, to shore things up a bit, rather than you know, wasting time on little things.
Yeah.
Have a crack at a fairly large project.
So, and seek information about the other aquifers, quality of the water, because it's important. Pumping costs, because they're deeper, aren't they? So instead of sucking from deeper.
I was talking about economic efficiency, sorry, you know, the overall economic efficiency of actually sinking these bores.
Yeah.
Graham, that funding, is it just for council benefit there too? Is it 50-50? Is it 100%? Is it 70-30?
They said it's not compulsory that council contribute, but I'll put in the report that we contribute 10%.
Okay.
We don't have to contribute anything.
What's the total? Well, I've obviously got a figure in mind that we're looking at targeting there. What sort of cost that?
More than
Yeah,
600,000.
600.
And as far as, like, I'd like to see it back as a late report for the next meeting, if you've got funding implications, because it's crucial to council.
With a briefing in the middle though.
Yeah, happy to have a briefing and then get it back for the next meeting.
I think the CEO's trying to jump in.
Yeah.
Clarify, Graham, under the current plans, what is your preferred location, your recommended location for the bore, for a bore in the Roma system currently?
I would put a bore at Campbell Park, putting a big reservoir.
If this meant that 7 was going?
Yes, I would replace 7 and I would put a bore in at Campbell Park.
Sorry, in the sequence of things, if you had 7 and you had Campbell's Park, which is your recommendation? The replacement of 7, or would you go Campbell's Park first and then replacement of 7?
I would do the replacement of 7 because it's closer town and it services the area that's affected. You only really get the benefit from Campbell Park is when you build the reservoir there as well, and you can gravity feeding, otherwise you're pumping from there as well. And that's going to be an expensive project, so that I saw that happening in the long term rather than the short term.
Yeah, so even with 7, we could go into a different aquifer and resolve this whole bowl thing that's been discussed today.
At all less, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so could I suggest, councillors, that a report, because it's becoming a bit of a story. Thank you, Councillor. Can we just perhaps say that a report come back?
No, I'm happy with the motion as it is, but please give us your advice, CEO.
Yeah, could we just point that a report come back to council in relation to ... and then ... So there's a number of things that council wants to see as part of that report. Potentially installing a new bore, so that becomes first dot point, Cal.
Yeah, I was going to bullet these.
Yeah, because we're losing track of.
Yeah.
So as was recommended by whom?
Let's get past that too, because it doesn't say.
Because it's not anyone reading the minutes might think that was an officer's recommendation, as was recommended by Roma Town Council.
No, I'm happy with the motion as it was.
So who recommended it? Sorry, Mr.
Former councillors, Roma Town Council.
There was a big report done, yeah.
So as contained in a report to the former Roma Town Council, is that accurate?
That's what I've been told, yeah.
I'm happy with the motion as it was before, so CEO, please give us your advice and then I want to test the motion as it is.
I just think it's a bit misleading, Mr. Mayor, to say as was recommended previously. it could be read that it's a current recommendation,
Historically recommended.
in the current term of
As was recommended by former councillors,
Roma Town Council.
Roma Town Council.
Councillor, sorry, just a question for the council. So it's a briefing session rather than, it's more beneficial you want a briefing session.
Oh, I think so.
It's been briefing and have a really good
On the
discussion.
whole
Yeah.
water, on the whole water thing in Roma.
Do you lay it on the table and have the briefing session?
No.
That way it's on the agenda for the next one.
No, I want to test the motion and see.
And that water management plan, what do you mean by that? Is that the asset management plan?
The asset management plan for water. For the water infrastructure, and I don't even know whether, is that also connected to the water drinking management plan? Does that have assets and bores in that one as well?
It only lists them, it doesn't recommend things like this, it's more quality, controlling the quality of the water.
Yeah, so what I'm talking about there is what we actually say, what is our future plan for our water assets to do with reticulated supply for Roma. So that's what that is. Which, is it just the asset management plan or is it the water one or?
The asset management plan would cover the capital projects. Where we deal with it in detail is in the strategic plan for Roma Water.
Oh yeah, well that's the one I want, strategic plan for Roma Water. Councillor.
Just a quick question, Mr Mayor, Manager Graham. Bore 7 at the moment, I'm just trying to remember, where is it treated? At Miss Campbell Street? Like the water?
It's got chlorine at the site.
Still use that one at the site, yeah, I couldn't remember because we put that temporary one on there some years ago, yeah.
It's being used permanently, but it was an emergency.
Yeah, that's correct, it's still.
Put it in there because we were short of water.
But we're only using the emergency one still, you haven't built it.
No, the intention is that if we move it to the new site, that I would put a proper
Yeah.
system in, but it's working adequately, the existing one.
I just couldn't remember, that's why I just.
Council.
Just a question of interest, you know these feedlots around this area, are they in that bowl? You know what we say about this bowl, are they further enough out?
There are some private bores that are in that same bowl.
Yes.
But they a very small percentage of the demand compared to council.
Okay.
Just an indication, Councillor Ladbroke, the bore up near where your slaughterhouse, where your subdivision, that's outside the bowl.
Okay.
That's bore 18, that was the first one Roma Town did.
Yes.
And they had the plans to do 19, which is this side of Campbell's Park, and power. They went through all the process because they had to get permission from Bungle Shire at the time to use their land and all that, that was all done.
That's outside the bowl.
So I've been told.
Councillor McMullen, you're talking about previous ownership, Councillor Ladbrook doesn't own the slaughterhouse now.
No.
Yeah, so he has no conflict.
No.
When you said your short
It did say it was a past tense.
Yeah, I did.
Just to clarify for the meeting.
Bore 18 is in the bowl at the moment.
Beg your pardon?
Bore 18 is in the bowl because it extends 25 kilometres, the bowl now. It's grown bigger and bigger over the years.
And that's the whole point, isn't it? That everything's changed.
Yeah.
The bowl's changed, has it?
It's got bigger.
Oh yeah, because we've got declining water levels, so. I'd also, just on point 2, Campbell's Park in the road reserve, that clarifies that, and then with increased storage or major storage at Bassett Park, major storage at Campbell's, or near Campbell's Park, because you said you had another side area there.
Yeah.
So this is actually saying it's not just the bore, it's the major storage for contingency. Okay, and point 3, as part of a report to strategic plan, Roma Water, come back for consideration in relation to be altered. In relation to the new strategic bore.
So that won't come at the same time. That'll take a while to prepare that, to review that report. It'll be a separate.
So point 3 would be.
Yes, it wouldn't be. I wouldn't be able to do that at the same time. That'll have to be a future meeting.
Right.
That it gets incorporated when I review that.
Yeah, so we really want to have a look at what our plan is now and what our plan is moving forward if we do different things, so all councillors. So there's no actual decision today on anything except for that we're maybe going in a different direction. Councillor Hancock?
Sorry, through you, Mr Mayor, don't we have a strategic plan? Don't we have a 10-year plan?
We've prepared, well, we've got the asset management plan, which provides some detail. And then I've done an individual strategic plan for Roma, Mitchell in June and Surrey as well.
So you've done. So we can look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
But
we can look at what you've got.
But that needs to be updated with the latest information from the study by the department.
Oh, okay.
Councillor O'Neill?
Just a point of clarity from what you just stated. The decision before us now, to me, looks like two decisions. One, we're deferring making a decision on Bore 7, and we're getting a report back. There's no decision on going in a different direction at all. We're just getting a report back that includes options, but there'll be no decision on going in a different direction until the report comes.
No, exactly, but we could be going in a different direction, because otherwise...
But that's not what that's saying, mate.
No, well, it's deferring and then asking for a report on a different thing.
On a report?
Of a different...
Council will make a decision in a fortnight though.
Totally. New bore, 5 or 6 kilometres from Campbell's Park in the road reserve, as was recommended, with major storage near Campbell's Park. So that's what we may be going in a different direction.
I just want to clarify, because we make sure we're on the right track, and I'll bring back a report that's not.
Yep.
Do what council wants it to do. Graham, when you were talking about a bore out Campbell's Park side, in addition to, ultimately, you'd like to do both, is it in line with that part 2? Is that what you had in mind? Could we do that?
It would be the same bore that's 5 foot bridge, 6 kilometres, but brought back to Campbell Park.
So I guess, bringing back, the information we're bringing back to council is that, because Graham's saying, obviously, do what point 2 is, put it at Campbell's Park, do that, but you're also saying we need to do bore 7 as well. So probably the report we'll be bringing back is talking about the benefits of point 2, the Campbell's Park one, the benefits of point 7, of bore 7, and obviously doing both, not saying do one or the other, saying doing both. But the thing, the thing's going to be that funding, probably some clarity around the funding is that when we're applying for, the deadline for that, and what is eligible for that. I think that's going to be the thing, because if the funding says you can't do, I think from what I've heard Graham saying is, he's saying do both. They're just saying that obviously you've got a problem with one, and you've probably got some funding to do that. But I'm not sure if that funding would enable us to do number 2 or not.
We can't because we don't own the land.
But we can bring that report back. But is that what council's asking for?
Yes.
Yep.
But it also is actually saying the money that council and that we've had from the state government for the airport one, that may be underutilised to be able to run a line and deal with the issues in that are feeding point 7.
So third point is made, okay, take that.
Yeah, like it's in there to include to be informed of utilisation of airport bore, so it might be a pipeline that comes up and connects into where bore 7 was or whatever. So it could be things that we're looking at and saying, okay, it was easier probably doing a bore, but if we're not doing that, can we do it a different way?
Yep, understand. So obviously bore 7's an option. If that doesn't go ahead, can you utilise the airport stuff, but also factoring in obviously the potential growth of that.
And it could be we put a bore way further out on the end of our block, not there, if we're going to have growth out of the police paddock.
Yeah, it's a big enough paddock, but it's one end of the other.
Yeah, but it's further away.
Can I suggest too, taking into account risk, like current and future risk, in point 2, because that's what you're talking about, isn't it? The risk of bore 7 going down, getting stuck into it now, time, risk, management, the whole thing.
Yeah, particularly if it's 90% funded.
Absolutely.
It'll give you, it'll just, and also aim for that, because that's going to be a bigger project and more money, and obviously some stuff we're going to do in terms of
We've got risk on our hands at the moment with the bore failing, so.
But we've got a very large aquifer that's not being used to the full potential at the airport.
I know, but that's the risk, that's what I'm saying, taking into account current and future risk.
Yeah, so I'm happy to put in risk as well, keep the point 2 the same.
Mr Mayor, that 5.6 kilometres is still within the bowl. The bowl is 25 kilometres from the centre of Roma, so putting the bore there won't stop the problem of the bowl.
But it'd be further out on the edge of it, wouldn't it? Be further
It's still,
away.
it's still drawing from the same aquifer, so the only way to overcome it is to go into the Hutton, so rather than putting bores further out of town.
But do we know the water is as reliable or is it as good a quality?
The Hutton has got a good quality of water. It's just a case of making sure that you put the bores in the right place where there's a good aquifer. We would, most of Mitchell is served from the Hutton. We've got other bores served from Hutton.
Mitchell's Hutton.
And that's a really good point, which is why we do need to see this report, because things have changed. And yeah, if it's still in the bowl, that's not going to fix what Councillor McMahon was talking about. So we need to know how far the bowl goes, how far out of town that is, the cost associated with that.
Yeah, okay, so is the seconder happy with that motion?
Yeah, I'm happy, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, any opposition?
Have we read the motion in its entirety?
I'll read it. That one, council defer make a decision on approving a location of the replacement bore, Roma bore 7, until after points 2 and 3 have been completed, including, and we just put including a briefing, which hopefully will be next week, so we can keep moving on it. And then can we get the report back for the next meeting?
Yeah, it'll probably be a lot of this stuff we put in there, and just need to pass the new information that come out of the other.
2, be provided with a report in relation to installing a new bore 5 to 6 kilometres from Campbell's Park in the road reserve, as was recommended previously by Roma Town Council, as with major storage near Campbell's Park, and to be informed of higher utilisation of the airport bore and storage to service areas for bore 7, including information about other aquifers, quality of water, pumping costs, economic efficiency, including current and future risks. And 3, be provided with a report in consideration of a strategic plan for Roma in relation to potential strategic new bore. Okay, is the seconder happy with that?
I'm happy with that.
Any opposition? Does any?
I'm sorry, I just thought, yeah, in that part 2 there, including information about other areas there. Did you want to talk about, no, it covers, I was going to say about increased utilisation on that side of town there too, but we'll factor that in.
Yeah, like all that.
Yeah, we'll factor that in.
Yeah, so we're going to move in a second. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Certainly do. I do believe that we are strategic in our responsibilities, and I do believe we need more safety backup in our water supply, and I believe everyone will tell you that if you have water up high, you can gravity feed it, even if you don't have even power at certain times. So I think we need to really focus on having a lot more capacity for breakdowns in our system. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak against or for? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Thanks, Graham.
Thank you, Brian.
Item 12.4, naming of unnamed road of Iona, Bitumen Road. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that council endorse the road name for the unnamed section of road off Iona Bitumen Road as Finch Lane, sorry.
We have a seconder, Councillor O'Neill. Any opposition? I've got a question. Are they at the end of the lane?
Oh, depends where you start.
Yeah, no, they're probably not the end of the lane, Mr Mayor, but they are the people that are relying on that section.
Yep, right.
To get into there.
To get into
It takes you right up, you can go right through to the back of Nolan's place.
That's right.
Yeah. That'll service the furthest house at this point in time.
Yeah, right.
That makes.
Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
Just to say, Mr Mayor, and I thank the Deputy Mayor for choosing this particular name, because if he hadn't, I was going to jump in to move the same name for Council's endorsement today. The Finch family have raised concerns in relation to this particular road for a number of years now, and I'm so very pleased that it's now going to be on the road register, and we are calling it Finch Lane, and I think it's reflective of a family name, of long standing in this particular part of our region, and I welcome Council's support in the endorsement of this resolution.
Does anyone else wish to speak for or against the motion? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I agree with everything Councillor O'Neill said, and this subject goes back to the beginning of last term, and myself and the former Councillor Stanford were involved, and it went on, and I'm pleased to see it resolved now.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for the motion? I certainly too remember the same issues, and I do believe in the future, part of operating locally, we can probably hopefully speed up resolutions to these sorts of matters, and I'm certainly very supportive of the decision, as certainly people involved with having, issues with that length of road have been to the forefront of some of the challenges we've had. Okay, now does anyone else wish to speak? Does anyone wish to sum up? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. What was the next page?
120.
120. Item 12.5, Dwqmp Amendment Application 2020-2021. Do we have any questions? What's the main difference here with this one, Ryan?
Every 2 years we've got to review it, and all we're doing is adding in if there's been changes in the structure, organisational structure, or if there's been additional assets that have been brought on, which, so we've got a few new bores, got a few new treatment plants. So that's the main thrust of it. And then we had an external audit as well, so we've addressed the items in the external audit. It's predominantly just recommending some minor changes to our procedures, which we've addressed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burke.
I'm happy to move.
Please go ahead.
I'd like to move the council endorse a revised Dwqmp and endorse a Dwqmp amendment application to be submitted to the regulator.
We have a second, Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 12.6, applications for funding under Queensland Government's Queensland Remembers Community Grant Program. I move we lay this on the table till later in the meeting to receive the information in regards to the last grant that was unsuccessful from RSL to inform today's discussions. All those in favour?
Can I just ask, where was it at? Did we apply for it or they applied for it?
No, we worked with RSL to apply for it. So all of the things that we're looking at were in there.
So who's getting that information?
We'd ask officers for it. If it hasn't been circulated, we can get on to Dwqmp would have it.
Something was circulated from your office yesterday.
The proposal was.
Okay, so has everyone had a chance to read that? I haven't yet, so I'll get it today and have a look at it.
It came from your office.
Yeah, but it didn't, I haven't had a chance to read it. I asked it to be sent out to councillors.
Oh.
So all those in favour? 9-0. Item 13.1. 197, annual membership of Outback Queensland Tourism Association for 2021-2022. Councillor Hancock.
I move one, council renew the OQTA local government membership in the 2021-2022 financial year. Two, pay a total of $32,851.50, including GST, local government contribution to OQTA, with expenses to be costed to council's tourism budget, memberships and contributions with work order 14484.2537.2001.
We have a seconder, Councillor O'Neill. Any opposition?
I just have a question.
Please go ahead.
So I read all that, but what sort of, does it pay to be in there, and how much information do they give us? And do we use it? Do we use this information, or do we just pay them 32 grand and just let them go?
On
This
page
is the-
198, it actually says on page
membership.
198 what other benefits Maranoa gets
But
out
do
of
we
it.
use it much?
100%.
Yeah.
Can I, Mayor, just suggest, Councillor Ladbroke, you say that you've read the report. I'm not going to argue with that. Just turn to page 199 and read the risk of not being a member, and that should tell you why we should be a member.
Okay.
But it is a lot of money, and
It is a lot of
would-
money.
People would question whether it's value for money, because some of the feedback I have is that they focus on other regions more than perhaps the Maranoa. So that's only feedback I've had from people in the industry. However, obviously it is a major thing to get funding, because you need a tourism body. So, yeah.
Just add something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably the first comment I'd make is that this is the first time this has been debated in council, memberships of this nature, from time to time, especially when we transfer from the Western Downs group into the Outback. The argument was, well, can we do this ourselves, 30 grand, having a marketing grant. I would suggest that you'd be very hard pressed to get the value out of $32,000 going alone in a marketing campaign, that the aggregated spend of 18 councils working together get bigger value than that. The problem to leverage that 3 or 4 times is the value of it. The second thing, of course, is, as Councillor O'Neill was alluding to, being in the family. This is a government-run initiative. They mandate these RTOs, and really, if you're not in them, I would say to be isolated, but I think you're disadvantaged. You're not in the discussion group, and so it's kind of politic for you to be involved in these things. So I say, one, it's good value, and two, it's very good politics, if I may say so, to be involved in the family, the tourism family.
And I think some funding is not available if you put it in.
That's right.
So,
Yeah, I don't think they'll actually say that, but yeah.
That is right.
That's correct.
okay, do we have a mover?
Moved it.
Oh, you moved it?
I seconded it.
Okay, there you are. So does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I would just like to say that I think it's essential that council, as part of the Outback Queensland Tourism Association, not only to access the much needed state government funding, tourism funding, but also to be included in the extensive destination marketing. We are bigger than us, and it is essential that we are involved in the Outback Queensland marketing across the region. Tourism is really, really important to our region, and I actually think the Outback Queensland Association has done well by the Maranoa Regional Council, and I think that the tourism is only going to grow in our region, and that we need every bit of support we can get to help that grow.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for or against? Councillor O'Neill?
I just want to add to the debate. When I first got elected in 2012, we were members of the Southern Queensland group, regional tourism group, and we were at the back end of that group. We're now at the front end of the Outback Tourism Association, and I think that allows us to market that we are the gateway to the Outback. I know under the former councils that was owned by Baringa, but now that we are one regional council, the moment you cross the boundary from Western Downs to Maranoa, it is the gateway to the Outback, and I think that's a unique opportunity for us to market the tourism assets that we've got in our region. At one point, we were members of both. We decided to see what ultimately would be the best pathway forward for Maranoa Regional Council, and so we had a foot in both camp, and ultimately towards the end of the first term that I was elected, we made the decision that we would go with the Outback Tourism, and I think it's been a good decision, a important decision, and it's far better to be part of the broader network and leverage off one another, because ultimately, if we can get them into this part of the state, they'll head out further west, and equally, if they head out that way, they'll come to us, and I think you'll find that by and large, there is broad support across the sector for us being members of this, and let's not forget, we've got one of our most successful tourism businesses in town. They have one of their directors is a board member of the Outback Tourism Association, and I think that's a great benefit for our particular part of the southwest as well.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for or against the motion? Does the mover wish to sum up? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Would we be breaking at 10:30?
I think it's 11, isn't it? When have we got our... or you want to...
10:30.
Oh, right.
And then
Okay, well, we'll break for morning tea then. Item 13.3, Roma and District of Stedford, request for sponsorship.
13.2.
13.2, we have 205. 26 Garden Street, Yulbar, change of scope. Councillor McDonald.
Mr Mayor, I would like to move that council amend the scope of works for 2021-22. Approved project for 26 Garden Street, Yulbar to include septic tank and gutter replacement with external painting works to be completed if surplus budget allows.
We have a seconder, Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? I'll just say that I think it's good to be listening to what the tenant is also saying, and it's very good that council is responsive to bring this report back for a change of scope. Does anyone else wish to speak? Then we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. So item 13.3, Roma and District of Stedford, request for sponsorship. We have a mover, Councillor Burke.
Before I do, you don't have anything, Manager? All self-explanatory?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, all self-explanatory. Just to add, I think in the past we've supported that for Stedford, which is a district of Stedford, to that sort of level in the past. We were a bit surprised when they came through with the $400 request, whatever it was.
I just have a question.
Please go ahead.
So what will this take our sponsorship budget to?
So it'll have a negative impact because we'll transfer from the arts and culture, materials and services into the sponsorship budget. So
Because we nearly have spent all our sponsorship budget.
Yes, Mayor, I do have an update on the budget if I could hand it out for you now, and that will help you.
Thank you.
the rest.
Essentially, we're adding to our sponsorship budget.
Yes, so we're
Yeah.
trying to, anything we call sponsorship will go into the sponsorship budget, even if it's funded out of another work order. So there's a net neutral effect on the budget, albeit that we're approaching we're in the second quarter now, so we're pretty much on wood with our budgets, so we're watching that very closely. And the word of caution there, in-kind assistance and things like that, sometimes people ask for a lot of money and then they don't use a lot, so we've got to watch what actually hits the account. So we'll amend this every month for you.
And there could be certain ones that ask for something and end up using more.
That's right.
In kind, yeah, I understand.
Councillor O'Neill, did you have a question?
No, I was waving.
But as far as this budget, that would have been taken into consideration for the five budget-wise, wouldn't it? From last year to this year?
No, I don't think so.
Well, we didn't add it on.
This would be cut straight out of the arts and culture.
Because they only asked for 400.
No, but every year we've done 5,000,
Yes.
and I would be surprised we didn't budget for it, even though we've used it up on other things, but I'm surprised it wasn't in the original application, because it really does drive providing the high-level people that come out and do their workshops and encourage the children.
Yes, I mean, you're absolutely right. It doesn't have its own work order number like Rabbit Cup and other things do, but every year we do sponsor the Roma of Stepford, and it's probably worthy of consideration of permanent tradition.
Last year, because of COVID, they didn't use only did half it.
Any other questions?
If they're doing a workshop, which I have read that they are, it's actually probably a bit of a consideration for our RADF as well. So we're going to tackle that in the future.
Yes, that's a strategic initiative.
Yeah.
Okay, does anyone did you wish to move?
Yeah, I'm happy to move.
Right, please go.
I'd like to move that Council 1 approves a request for sponsorship of $5,000 in total for Roma District of Stepford. 2, transfer the additional amount of $4,600 from Arts and Culture Materials and Services budget, GL 2885.2001.2001, to the sponsorship budget GL 2887.2249.2001. And 3, councillors to be acknowledged as major sponsors in all media and advertising.
Do we have a seconder?
Do you want to include that? That'd be the place to put it now in future.
That would seal it completely.
Yeah.
Well, I just think it's a consideration in the future because you just never know how much money's in that budget as well.
That's still a consideration either way.
Well,
you could put forward to consider RADF funding for future budgets.
So I just recall that approaching this budget, you did ask for projects that may be considered and extra sponsorship. We've obviously missed that, but certainly, we should have a list of annual events which we habitually support and include those in the budget. So
we'll just leave it to a budget.
We'll make a note of that.
Okay,
unless you want to amend the resolution.
No, as long as we remember when we do the budget.
Big second, that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we've got a seconder. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? I'll go ahead.
Oh no, I just think it's a great concept, and I know that everyone in the area appreciates going, and we were lucky enough to sit down briefly and watch a bit of it last year, and there's some very talented kids. So without these type of things, we might necessarily see our next LGAQ. So great.
And I'd like to just say I certainly agree with those comments, and also the benefit of having, really high-level mentors that come and touch children's lives by making those comments and that encouragement, and even the kids mixing together at this sort of event. It's very good for the Maranoa, and whilst it is a sizable contribution, I do believe that it is very needed, because we don't want to give anyone a reason to think that you have less when you live in the bush. Does anyone else wish to speak for or against?
Just in closure, I agree with that. Just one thing we've got to remember, it's the whole, it's not just one town, it's every town in Maranoa, so you can spread that money out. It's not that big of a thing.
Okay, on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 13.4, adopt a senior and adopt a new resident initiatives. Councillor Hencock. Did you have something, Manager Ed?
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor, by way of apology. This was raised in February this year through a council resolution that a report be put before council. I'm pleased to announce I'm almost up to full complement of staff now, so we had to drag the chain a bit on these things. And again, with this particular report, adopt a senior and adopt a new resident, what you have before you is merely an outline of what our thinking is. So what we're asking you today to do today is to actually adopt this project in your operational plan as a project and consider a budget allocation. That number is sort of accurate, but we'll need to refine it as we refine our planning. And there is a draft project overview attached to your report for consideration. But I expect what we'll do is when we've got our thoughts together, maybe next month, come back to council in a briefing session and talk this through before we actually nail down to the final plan. So my apologies that it's late, and so your consideration.
Councillor Hencock.
Mr Mayor, I move that Council 1 adopt a senior and adopt a new resident as a project in the 2021-22 operational plan. 2, considers a budget allocation of $20,000 in Q2 budget review. 3, receive a draft project plan for discussion at upcoming briefing session before the end of Q2 of this year.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor O'Neill.
I'm happy to second. I just wonder, given what Manager Ed just shared, that point 2 just be consider a budget allocation in Q2 budget review, because less could be more, rather than putting a figure in.
You will know by the end of Q2.
Yeah.
Okay. Does any opposition? I'll speak in opposition. Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm just going to ask a question, Mr Mayor. We've taken the figure out, have we? Yeah, that's right. I just wanted to.
Please go ahead, Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I support this initiative. I am really excited to have the briefing with the staff to work out more detail about how it might be. And I would really look forward to working with the community, the service providers. We've already had a discussion with Origin, how they would like to see something with supporting their workers and new families that come to town. I think that this does need fleshing out, and I think that there's more work to be done. But in order for the staff to be able to do that and bring it back to us, we need to adopt it as part of the operational plan. And so that is why I'm supporting it today at this level, knowing that there will be much further detail to come, and I'm looking forward to sitting around the table and having all of council's input into this plan, and also community and also staff's input, and that's why I'll be supporting this today.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion? I'll speak against the motion. We spent a long time to do with water project, and that was only actually just to get a report, and this is about adopting, adopt a senior and adopt a new resident. I believe that we need to let the local directors work with their local teams and work out what's best for each individual area. I do believe that, even though it's not in the motion, it's a considerable amount of money, and I do believe the issues that was mentioned with Origin could be worked out with the local areas that they work in, or as a joint, but I don't support this. And also I do believe that there is other coffee with COP and things like that that might come up in the future that I believe if they are looking for financial support, I believe that would be better ways to do it. So I do believe that I think we should wait and see what the local directors work with the community, and that's why I certainly won't be supporting this today. Does anyone wish to speak for the motion? Councillor Taylor?
I'm with Councillor Hancock. I think this is a great start. I think if you're worried about the local directors, they can come to the table and have a discussion with the whole of the Maranoa together. So I don't see a problem getting it local, but doing it together as a team. So I will be supporting this today.
Does anyone wish to speak against the motion or for the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
To suggest that this should by any way be delayed until new directors join the organisation, I think would be a backward step. We set the strategic direction, the staff implemented. For as long as I've been a councillor, there has been a view that we need to be looking at programs that support new residents coming to town. It can be a daunting experience coming into the Maranoa from outside the region, and if we can play a role in supporting new people into our community and integrating them as part of the whole community, which is the whole of the Maranoa, I think this is the right step forward. And I think by including Adopt a Senior, it shows the respect that this council has for the ageing demographic of our community. We all know that there are people of a particular age that can be very lonely. I, for one, am a volunteer once a month with Meals on Wheels, and I love it. I get to see those residents for me once a month. Other volunteers for that organisation see them more regularly, and I know that connection is really important to those community members. If we can add to that and empower our community to volunteer and look after an older member of our community or a new resident in our community, that will add to the fabric that makes up our region and our broader community. I think to put a dollar value on it, and I've taken that out of the resolution, or suggested the mover take it out of the resolution, I think as an argument to suggest to not support that, again, is a backward step. We should be leading in this particular area of our community, and by supporting this today, we show that our council is behind the ageing community, but it also is open to new people coming to our towns and our broader community. And I hope council supports this first step in what looks to be quite a in-depth process to get it right. And I know my final comment will be former councillor Reid Price, who served on the Bendemeer Shire Council, will be ecstatic to see this coming to the table today. She's championed a program for new resident her entire time in council, nearly got it off the ground, but if supported today, this will kick it along for it to come to fruition.
I've got a question, neither for or against. I agree, definitely need something like this, but I think we're a long way off. We probably need to talk with the likes of Meals on Wheels, Hospital, Anglicare, police and schools to have them, because we don't want to be running parallel with them. It'd be good to have them all together, because I think we all need to get together on this. But just looking to the risks, the one that does scare me, and this has been involved in clubs, the initiatives may only be foreseeable if the towns with enough volunteers to assist, because we're looking at people that get off a train or a bus with $2 to their name and haven't got a house right up to doctors coming to town. So there's a lot in it, but I agree we've got to start somewhere, and I don't know whether adopts today is the correct thing, but I definitely reckon we need to have a brainstorming session at the next stage with key stakeholders.
Councillor Guthrie.
I'd have to agree at a macro level. I think this is a fantastic initiative, and full credit to Councillor Hancock for bringing it forward. My concerns or my thoughts when I read it were micro level with regard to things like how do you identify who are the new residents, and the comment here about accessing schools. With confidentiality, my concern is making sure that everybody is included and not having a haphazard. I think to get this up and running and really get it going, I think we need to have more bulk to it and more guidance and more parameters to understand. I'm also very mindful that the way that some communities, and I'll use examples like Yulba, we're sitting in Yulba today, the way that they might welcome and the way they identify who needs to be welcomed might be different to those in Roma. For me, it needs a bit more meat for me to go, yeah, let's go. I think it's a great idea macro level, but it's not quite there for me at this particular point.
Sort of right, the level of comfort that counts is it the word adopt? Is it the word include the adopted senior as a project, not plan. Because what we're asking council for is not saying we're adopting the program, we're just saying we're actually including it in the operational plan next year as a job for the staff to go away and start talking about and talking to the community. That's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about adopting the policy or even the program. It's about, we're asking council, can we include it in next year's operational plan as our jobs of things to do?
Yeah.
And when we bring it back and do the consultation, you may not decide to go ahead with it. But it's just saying, my staff need direction from council, say before we go and spend a lot of time doing work, we need to make sure you're happy with that direction. So maybe it's included.
And I agree, actually. We have to, before you make an actual decision on adopting the plan, I agree, there's a lot of fleshing out to do. We don't have all the answers. And also, we might go, we need to consider a budget allocation. You can't adopt something that you can't. And so that's why I think the plan is yet to come. But we have to be able to give the staff the authority to go and work on the plan with the community.
Are you amending it to?
So I'm happy to amend, include the adopt a senior.
As the seconder, I'm happy with that.
Righto. Now, does anyone else wish to speak to the motion or against the motion? Does the move wish to sum up?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead.
I think that we need to start somewhere, and that's why this plan has come forward. The Adopt a Senior program was ran years ago in Roma. It was very successful. I personally spoke to people where that it has been so successful, where a single mum was partnered with a grandfather who he didn't have any family. They became such good friends. She took him to medical things. He come to sporting things. It was just a lovely connection for those people. And so I can see potential in it. The Adopt a New Resident program, I've been hearing for years about the fact that people don't feel welcome or they don't know where to go. And so I think that there's merit in these programs. I think that there's a lot of fleshing out to do. I think talking to community is essential. I think talking to the interagency groups to know, talking to all your different community groups, I think that is essential. Yes, we need volunteers to take it up. I think we need to put out expressions of interest to see who is out there. But there's a lot to be done before it actually can go ahead. But we need to be able to do the work to do it. And as for the local directors, I don't believe that it's fair to put it all on the local directors and expect them to come up with all the answers. I think that the community looks to council. They voted us in as councillors around this table to set the strategic way of council, and it's our job to do that. And the directors will be one of the staff members that will have input to this report, as long as the community groups. There's no one more important than each other. It is coming together as a community and working out what's the best way to do this. So I just ask council to support it and give it a go, because at this point, what is there to lose for not giving it a go? That was my sum up.
Councillor Guthrie.
Mr Mayor, is it appropriate if I can ask the mover and the seconder whether or not they would be willing to consider having point number 3 as the motion for discussion and voting? To amend the
Is the
actual...
mover and seconder happy with 3 being the motion?
Well, we need to be able to give the staff the authority to actually go and work on it. So it's part of putting it into their work program.
So there's no
And
change to that. Righto.
And we'll be having that information before the Q2 budget review. So we're going to have the information before we actually have to consider the money that goes towards it.
Or doing it.
Or even doing it, yeah.
Okay, so we've had the summing up. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? So we'll just do that vote again. All those in favour? All those against? 4-5, the motion is lost. Can I call for a division? Okay, moving on to $13.5, Cobham Code change in station foyer upgrade works. 20th of November to 17th of December 2021. Do we have a mover? Councillor Blackwood.
I'd like to move it is recommended that the council receive and note the officer's report as presented.
We have a seconder?
We don't recommend.
Sorry.
No, sorry. Do you want to just read that again?
In the book, it's got in there.
It's got recommended in the end.
Yeah, it's got recommended. Yep, okay. The council receive and note the officer's report as presented.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen? Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Thanks, Mr Mayor, through you. Yeah, this is just this significant 1 month. The foyer of the museum will be closed, so we just know that will affect the community. So we really needed to brief you, so you're fully aware. We take every measure to make sure the community is informed prior to the event, and that doesn't mean the whole complex will be open through a separate entry. All services will still be available, however, there'll just be a disruption through the main doors for that month.
Can I ask a question? Have we asked the volunteers that would normally work on that day? I think it's Sunday.
Yeah, that's right. So there wouldn't be any, we close on Sundays. They won't have access to the amenities that they need on a Sunday. So unfortunately, it's for a month, probably 3 Sundays involved. But yeah, we have consulted volunteers.
So are they in favour of it, shutting for a month?
There's no option. You know, it's either shutting completely or having an alternative access. So it's not as if they'll be shutting for on a Sunday only.
It's not peak period, it's not tourism peak time.
No, it's not peak time. No.
But did the volunteers, were they in favour of shutting, or did they want council to look for a different option? You know, the ones that normally work on the Sunday.
Quite happy to have the time off.
Are they?
Yeah, so they've been consulted.
They're fully aware of the project and they just want the project to go ahead.
And that's on those
So
Sundays.
so the volunteers are sort of in favour of keeping going.
That's
right. So we have a mover and a seconder. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 13.6, Ulbar Hall Septic. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, better read off the screen. I move that Council 1 proceed with the proposed upgrades to the Ulbar Hall plumbing, 2 allocate budget in the first quarter review to fund the works.
We have a seconder? Councillor Taylor.
Julie's, sorry, the CEO is just checking on the telephone in regard to the funding of the project, including it in the first quarter review.
Oh, for this particular?
Yeah.
Okay.
My question, Manager Tanya, is do we need to put the figure in the resolution?
The reason I haven't included the figure is we do have one quote, and I don't want to give the exact figure because under our procurement policy, it's going to be extra quotes, and you know, it's otherwise we would public around how much.
I'm going to let the cat out of the bag.
But that $13,000 figure is well and truly sufficient to cover what that's proposed.
It's working part before the course because the first quarter review is not coming back to the next meeting. And it's been...
Sorry?
First quarter review has been compiled and balanced, ready to come back to the next meeting.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And you're saying proceed with the works first and then you're going to allocate the budget at the next meeting. So we're just looking at the mechanics of how to do that.
Mayor, can I just move this lays on the table to later in the meeting?
All those in favour? 9-0. Item 13.7, request for consent to use council-owned land for mental health community event.
Got a question.
Please go ahead.
Just to you, Tanya, you're looking after this?
I can.
Through you, Chair. Manager Tanya, I've got no problem with this. Why there? Why, I assume this is the triangle corner. Nothing has ever been held there, just in terms of safety, car parking and all of that. Why have they chosen that location?
Oh, the courthouse, okay.
Well, that's what I assumed. It said adjacent to the courthouse.
Yeah, I know.
But where you mow.
Yeah, because it's the council.
Yeah,
It's been,
yeah, the Bermuda Triangle.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm not sure the way the group has identified that as a certain location. Maybe it's because of visibility, but that, we just had the request to use it.
It'll be easy to park there too. Got a fair bit of parking there.
Yeah, high traffic from the schools coming in and out, I would imagine.
So Mayor, I'm happy to move.
Please go ahead.
I'll move the council approve use of 139A McDowell Street described as Lot 1 of R8661, the mental health community event on Friday, the 15th of October 2021, providing the group hold public liability insurance to the value of $20 million for the term of the agreement, and a copy of the certificate of currency be provided to council.
We have a seconder, Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Mayor, just to say that mental health concerns are should be and are a major priority for leaders in our community, and we need to play our part in supporting initiatives like this, and I hope it is a success for the group.
Anyone else wish to speak? I certainly believe anything we can do to highlight the issues of getting people talking, asking for help, may save lives. So everything we can do as council, I think, is very positive in that space. Does the mayor wish to sum up?
I do not.
Well, then we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 13.8, application for parking in public space. And Braveheart's funding raising within the Maranoa. Do we have any questions?
I was going to ask a question, Mr Mayor. This is in the Arthur Street car park, is it? In the
view.
Yeah.
Yes,
Somewhere then I can't.
I believe that they're there.
But they're not in the car park.
They're not in the car park, they're out in front of the street.
No,
They've
you
been
sure
there
it's
for
not?
days.
No, that might be the
That's Centrelink.
Centrelink
Oh, okay.
truck. That's a different thing.
That's, sorry.
Yeah.
Although these are the dates.
The Australian Government Mobile Service.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, been there for 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, they're there Monday and Tuesday.
Oh.
Sorry, Tuesday, Wednesday. They couldn't fit in the car park on Tuesday, because they wanted us to put up bollards and spend a lot of time. They don't want to give us the time frame and or funds for our staff to do it, but they want us to do it. So I said to them, well,
Yeah, so they were set out on the street.
yeah, so I just said to them, if you can't fit in the car park and there's room out on the street, just park in the street.
So sorry, Council Advocate,
That's
you're
okay.
right. That's yeah, they are. I was actually focusing on the mower man down there. So,
What?
the mower man.
That's what you get the free centre request, if you want to deal with it separately, have a deal with it all together. It's the same usage, but for permanent, but you want to deal with it separately. Concerns you, right?
I'm happy to put that together and we'll see what people want to do. Do we have a mover?
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Just point 3. Do we have to give permission for someone to raise money within the Maranoa? Because he's going to be on the footpath raising money.
And if he did, if that person is annoying our community, we are the first ones to hear about it. Yeah, so it's best for you as councillors to know that it's all coming through. And if we start getting complaints, well, we can then move on. And that's part of the approval process. Yeah.
Okay, so, do we have anyone to move on this?
Can I ask another question?
Yep, sure.
Through the chair. Okay, just the number 2, the Bone Bus Council car park located 81 to 85 Arthur Street. And it's my fault for not asking beforehand just the size of the bus. So if that 81 to 85 Arthur Street is the ambulance car park, that's going to take up quite a few car parks.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, they have apparently been there before, the Bone Bus. I wasn't aware of it last year, apparently.
We haven't had any complaints. Has anyone had any complaints about it?
And I did talk to them about whether it was enough room for them, etc. And they're quite, yeah.
I'm sure it's enough room for them. It's how many car parks they're going to take up.
Probably the same thing, so but it's actually, it must be the wrong address because it says Roma
It's a Roma
Library car park and further, so that's the other.
The other side.
Just the whole thing's the Roma car park. It's one. You drive right through.
Yeah, I don't realise that, but
They'll
it's
be
two.
parking on the other side.
One's a different, they're two different bikes.
My question still stands, whether they're there or they're going to take up car parks, and is that the most appropriate place to have them if they are going to take up this car park?
What do they want to go there? Did they
They say if they're close to
They've all requested
Yeah.
the sites that I have put up.
And not aware of any complaints last time they were there.
See, the firefighters have been there when Orange Hill had their display there. That was a fairly big thing, and there was still plenty of car parks. That was Saturday morning. There was still plenty of car parks there, even though they took up everything.
Okay.
3 days.
We have a mover.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Mr Mayor, I'll move, I'll go. The council approved the Australian Government Mobile Service Centre to park their mobile office at the following locations on the approved dates. A. Roma Arthur Street Car Park, north of Nutrient on Monday 11th October 2021 from 12 noon to 4 p.m. Tuesday and Wednesday 12th, 13th of October 2021 from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Indian Memorial Hall car park on Hutton Street, Thursday 14th of October 2021 from 9:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. And C. Mitchell adjacent to Windmill on Cambridge Street, Friday 15th of October 2021 from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. 2. Approve the Measure Up Bone Bus to use the council car park located at 8185 Arthur Street from Monday 7th of December to Wednesday 9th of December 2021 between the hours of 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. 3. Approve for the mailman to raise money within the Maranoa region in early 2022 during his walk pushing his unmotored lawnmower, raising funds for Bravehearts. And 4. Issue the appropriate approvals / permits in accordance with local law number 1, administration at no cost to the organisation, Australian Government Mobile Service Centre, Measure Up Bone Bus and Bravehearts.
Do we have a seconder?
Just a change, it's nutrient, not nutrient. There's no T on there with that.
Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't pick up on that.
And sorry, I do need to ask a question, Mr Mayor. In Mitchell, adjacent to the windmill on Cambridge Street, is that anywhere near Nutrient? I know it's not in the report, but is it
No.
anywhere near Nutrient in Mitchell?
No, it's on, it's,
School.
Okay.
anywhere in small towns.
I just need to make sure I didn't have a conflict there when I read that. That's all, which I don't if it's not near there.
We have a second, Councillor Ladbrook. Now, does the mayor wish to speak to the motion?
No.
Does anyone wish to speak to this motion for or against? Then we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. .9 Memorandum of Agreement between Queensland Fire and Emergency Services and Maranoa Regional Council. Do we have a mover? Councillor Burke.
I'd like to move the council authorise the chief executive officer or delegate to enter into a memorandum of agreement with Queensland Fire and Emergency Services for the purpose of supplying the use of council machinery and personnel as required during a fire event.
We got a seconder, Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Mr Mayor, I just think it's great that we can partnership with these emergency services because I know that in small communities they rely on council for graders and loaders through such emergency times.
I've just got a question. In relation to the local directors and so forth, have we made any changes or will we, once they get going, to have them involved with the process as well in case there's any oversight needed?
But
in emergencies?
Yeah, so it's on page 243 there that just to keep it streamlined and what's been working really well in the last 4 or 5 years, all the requests have come through FireCom.
Yeah.
Before you had Rural Fire's Roma office ringing and you had someone else calling. That was a good thing about doing this memorandum of agreement. We all agreed that all the requests, fireys need something, they go through FireCom ring me. And then I talk to the respective overseers and that way it's quite streamlined, it's working well. To answer your question, Mr Mayor, the local area directors, they will form part of the LECCs. I see them going forward to be the coordinators on your local LECCs. And I think also on page 243 there, the water trucks requiring camlock fittings, that came directly out of the LECC meeting at Mitchell from 2 months ago. Councillor Burke, you chaired that one, so they will have input, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, so basically, for whatever reason, if they can't get onto you and they need stuff, then there'll be a discussion. It could be raised through another medium to get it happening, sort of. Righto, okay, so does anyone else wish to speak?
Second.
Oh, we need a seconder?
I think councillor.
Oh, I thought we had Councillor Guthrie. It's just not on the screen.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask the question.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Guthrie. Because Councillor Burke had already spoken to them, so yeah, you'd spoken to the motion. And does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? I believe this is critical. We had some fires over the weekend and it's critical that we have a seamless process with backups and fail-safes if someone can't be contacted. So I really hope that we can even fine-tune this even more to have backup plan 2 and 3 on top of what's obviously working at the moment. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Cal, understand what Chris is next to be electronic. That's what it said. Sorry, Councillor, do this next one. I haven't been involved in this plot, obviously. That works there, but Danielle's away. But I just want to have Chris come all the way down for the report. He's available to help things.
Well, let's find out if we've got any questions.
All right, well, if I see how we do that. I'll leave that with you in case you
Okay, item 13.10, waiving the infrastructure charges associated with the IGA development. I'd like to move that council approve the request to waive the development infrastructure charges payable for for development 2018/19795, material change of use shop, subject to the applicant meeting all of the applicable eligibility criteria in section 4 of the development infrastructure charges, COVID-19 stimulus concessions policy, with the exception of criteria number 2.
It's development permit,
Development permit. Okay, so just clarifying, the council approved the request to waive development infrastructure charges payable for the development permit 2018/19795. We have a councillor, Edwards, and do we have any opposition to the motion? Does the member wish to speak? Well, I certainly do. I believe this council was very proactive, working with issues with COVID and also creating economic development by encouraging businesses to get on the front foot and plan to do things. And I think it's been incredibly successful. I've had a lot of feedback from the business community that were putting things off, that made things happen. So I believe this is in line with what council was sending out as the expectations. Does anyone else wish to speak against the motion or for the motion? Councillor?
I just think it's good for council to show their appreciation of businesses willing to spend good money and trying to encourage more business to do so.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? I do agree. I think, the difference in investing in the communities, all the community benefits from. On that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 13.11, Darling Downs and Southwest Regional Waste Management Strategy and Infrastructure Plan Memorandum of Understanding. Councillor McMahon.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that Council, 1, become a party in the Darling Downs and Southwest Waste Management Strategy and Infrastructure Planning. 2, authorise the Mayor or Delegate to vote for the adoption of the draft Memorandum of Understanding at the next meeting of the Darling Downs and Southwest Council of Mayors to be held on 24th of October 2021. 3, allow for a financial contribution for the development of a Darling Downs and Southwest Waste Management Strategy and Infrastructure Plan. Is that it? That's it. That's it.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett, any?
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Manager Kay, why, can you explain to me about become a party? Why, it sounds like we becoming a party of a group, but is it just, or are we being part of a group? Like, it sounds like we're forming a party.
That's how it, sorry, for you, Mr Mayor.
Sure.
That's how it's written up in their memorandum of understanding, that each local government is going to be a party to the memorandum of understanding.
That's it.
It's just their term. No. Not a delay.
Steve.
Thank you.
Okay, does Councillor O'Neill?
Just a question. Mayor, are you attending the Darling Downs Southwest Council of Mayors meeting?
I will be.
In Mackay?
Yeah.
On the 24th of October?
I'll be dialing in or in person.
So why do we need delegate then? Is that usual
That's
procedure?
always.
No, not with mayoral things, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm happy to have it in there anyway from my point of view.
I just want to understand why it's in there, if you are attending the meeting.
Well, it might have more flexibility.
Well, just in case he gets the flu, then might be flu.
Yeah, COVID, could be COVID reasons, God forbid. Now, we have a mover and a seconder. Has the mover spoken to the motion or?
Excuse
Yeah, sure.
We just changed a word and it
Sure.
might make it a lot easier for councillor Handler, where it's got to become a party in, instead of having in, put that to. It would be
Yeah.
out. Is that?
Sounds different,
Yeah,
but,
Yeah.
Okay, mover and seconder, happy with that?
yep, yes.
Righto. The mover didn't wish to speak to it, is
No.
that correct? Does anyone wish to speak for or against? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item, page 262, item 16.1, recruitment of chief executive officer.
T16.
Back of the main.
No, I've got my own resolution here. Sorry about this.
I move we lay this on the table till the next item and deal with that item next, and we'll go to 16.3. All those in favour?
So what about 16.2 is the next one?
No, we're going to go back to 16.
So you're changing the agenda,
Yeah, changing agenda, we're dealing with 16.3 and then going back to 16.1.
so that's what you're moving.
Yes. So all those in favour? All those against? That is 7-1 if I call for division. Okay, so we're dealing with 16.3, footpath request, Cambridge Street. Yeah, that's what we just voted on.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't do
16.3, footpath request, Cambridge Street, Mitchell. I move that a report be brought forward with the issues on a view to solving the matter. Do we have a second for that motion?
Can we just?
Councillor Burkett. Do we have any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? I will, certainly had a resident that certainly is frustrated, and I believe we need to find a way that's in the best interest of council that's in the best interest of council and also the ratepayer. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion?
Is this on the footpath or is this a side alley?
No, it's a footpath inside. Council is an owner of the building.
Yeah.
gateway that we got taken away.
Yeah.
Where the apron was, where the gate was, where it went in there, and we resolved to block off that section of fence, and it's where they've cut the concrete. If that piece could just be lifted
So
out.
wouldn't you just fix it?
It's on council land. It's in council land.
Well, why wouldn't we fix it?
So sorry, I have a question now that I understand where it is. Is this also, because this same resident has brought to my attention, Councillor Taylor and Councillor O'Neill's attention about that access, and I know that's been previously voted on in council, but when we went and had a look at it, we just wondered if there was another solution of putting a gateway further down. So
Sorry, you mean further down?
well, just so that this so I guess she's phrased it. She's not happy with that being blocked up anyway, and so.
When you say further down, I think they don't want any access. Council resolved no access at all. That whole alleyway goes all the way down, then it's another secured area, so and there's no way of getting it out onto the footpath, so that's why we resolved in closing doors. And they get access through their land, that's what we resolved last time. If we shift it down the track, there's no difference from where it is there, or there.
Fence across here, so that's already fenced
Yeah,
in.
but there's a gap.
Yeah, right.
So does everyone understand what we're about to vote on?
Just get rid of the concrete.
That's what we're asking us for to be brought back to get rid of the concrete, but what you're saying, Councillor, is well, we just fix it.
Yeah, why don't you just fix it?
Well, it hasn't been able to be fixed and the resident was quite frustrated, so this is a way to give some direction to council that we want a solution, best interest of council and the tenant, ratepayer, who owns the building next door. So does everyone understand what they're dealing with? Righto. We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
That's 16.
Okay, we're back to 16.1, recruitment of Chief Executive Officer. Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council, I'll move that in view of resolution number 0M-08.2021/8, the Council seeks applications from suitable qualified persons to fill the pending vacancy of Chief Executive Officer of Maranoa Regional Council to commence on or after 2nd of March 2022.
As we've got another motion, 16.2, do you think they're completely separate? Or?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Right. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Guthrie, any
I
opposition?
have a question.
Please go ahead.
I thought the recruitment process of the Chief Executive Officer delegation was on the Mayor, so I'm just a bit confused why Councillor McMullen has brought this report to the table and not the Mayor. I thought it was led by the Mayor.
It could be, but I think we've got to decide to do something and then move on with it.
No, that wasn't an answer to my question.
Well, that was my answer to the question. What was the question that you're asking?
I thought the delegation was under the Mayor, and so I'm a bit confused why.
Okay, so I move this lay on the table to later in the meeting to get legal advice in regards to this report and the questions asked by Councillor Hancock. All those in favour?
Well, we don't, so we're going to spend money to get, I was just wondering what it is, but
If
do
you
you
would
not
like to
know?
know before we decide on it, I'm happy to do that, because everyone needs to be informed. All those,
What are we doing now?
All unless Councillor McMullen knows the answer.
No, I just put it up as a resolution.
so,
What's the,
He just beat Mayor Gold on the punch.
well, I'm not making any decision, I'm asking for council to make a decision.
I move that this, as I said, that this lay on the table till later in the meeting to get some advice in regards to, later in the meeting or the next meeting to get some advice in regards to the questions asked about should it be led by the Mayor for the appointment of a new Chief Executive Officer.
Would that count in the next one too?
No, I think that's a separate one. So we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 6-3 if I can call for it.
6-4. No, 5-4 was the vote.
Okay, so we'll go again. All those in favour? And all those against? So 5-4. Item 16.2, recruitment officer and advertising for the Chief Executive Officer. I'd like to move that council engage via local by Dwqmp lawyers to help with the recruitment process when advertising for the Chief Executive. Recruitment process, I'd actually like to change it. The council engage with local by Dwqmp lawyers to give advice on the recruitment process that is needed when appointing a chief executive officer position. So what I'm really saying there is that this is to give us advice on what steps are involved in doing this. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Ladbrook, please go ahead.
I just wonder why you have to have legal advice. Like you've done this before. What was the procedure before?
Not for a chief executive officer.
You haven't done. Who?
Not previous council.
Previous council.
So you haven't. Nobody's had anything to do with it. So what part of legal advice do you need?
I would like all councillors, and obviously it'll be shared, what steps are needed, and instead of hearsay, I would like to come from a law firm that can say you've got 3 steps, you have no steps, you've got to do this, you've got to advertise, you've got to do it this way, so we're all aware of what we need to do. Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder. Any opposition? Does the mover wish to speak to it? Certainly believe knowledge is key, and this is very important, so getting this advice is fundamental, in my opinion. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
I'm not against getting advice. I think it's important for us to ensure that the right processes are followed in the recruitment of what is one of the most important executive roles within the organisation. What I find perplexing over and over again is there is now a pattern emerging that we, under the cover of local buy, are engaging one particular firm. Now, there are a number of recruitment agencies out there that can help in the recruitment of executive roles. We engaged council by majority engaged recruitment firms to help with the recruitment of the directors. I just don't know why we aren't looking at an appropriate firm to run the process, and I'm the only councillor here that was here when we did it last time, like we did then. And it helped the people sitting around the table to make sure that all the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed, and we did the recruitment appropriately. I just don't know why we don't go out and get quotes. I don't know why we don't go out and get proposals, rather than simply under the cover of local buy engaging one firm. And so on that basis, I can't support the resolution.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for the motion or against the motion? Okay, then we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 6-3 if I call for division. 16.4, Yulbar Development Group Safety Concerns, Warrego Highway, Yulbar. Councillor O'Neill.
I move that council make immediate representations to the Minister for Transport and Main Roads, supporting the request from the Yulbar Development Group.
Do we have a seconder? We've got Councillor Ladbrook. And does anyone have any opposition to the motion? Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
I mean, it's fitting that we're in Yulbar today for the council meeting because councillors Taylor, Guthrie, McMullen, I think it was just the 4 of us, were at the most recent Yulbar Development Group meeting when this was an agenda item raised, a really important issue for residents in this particular part of our region. And they have, as their group, made representations to the Minister for Transport and Main Roads, and they asked and saw what could council do to help. And there was an undertaking by all 4 of us, but I said that I would bring it forward to the next council meeting, that a report would go to council for us to consider ourselves providing advocacy on this particular issue. And for those that are in the gallery and those that are watching the proceedings online, the issue is about there's some safety concerns around where Bus Queensland is stopping to pick up travellers in town. One of the pickup times is in the early hours of the morning. It's out on the highway, and we want to make sure that our residents that are using the service and visitors to our communities are safe when they're getting on and getting off Bus Queensland. So I ask councillors that weren't at the meeting, that I know you've read the report, support this so that we can provide the advocacy that the Ulbar Development Group is asking us to provide.
Councillor O'Neill, I'm wondering with that part of that motion, could we also add that, could council provide other options? Because obviously, I think some of the communication was that it's dangerous on the other side where they want it. Should we actually have a couple of other off the side street, close, but other options that we could actually talk to them about? Or are you only happy to have the one option that you've got? Meaning, there's obviously concern from the bus drivers. I mean, it's more dangerous for the residents now, but the concern with trucks. Is there, obviously, do with what the community has asked, but also is there another option in the side street or, close by that could give them some more ability to say that's actually safer, that might be better?
And so my understanding from the discussions that night was that Bus Queensland had been pulling up in front of the pub on both directions, and it provided an element of safety there. It's not just the safety concerns around someone being on the highway, it's safety concerns that it's a late night drop off or pick up, and being close to the pub where that there are people and there's lights. I think the Ulbar Development Group has asked us to advocate on their behalf, and I think we need to, in the first instance, go with them on this, and then if there is further pushback from the state government, then we need to look at other options. But it had been working and there's been a shift. We just need Bus Queensland to go back to what they were doing, and the community will be happy with that, which was the drop off and pick up right outside the pub, because it'll address the safety concerns that were raised.
But the only issue is that, I don't know if it's in the report, I read it, but there is, the bus drivers will say because the trucks it was dangerous and where the community wants it. So I was wondering whether the side street is very close to the pub, but it might give them some more cover to say, what about here?
The only thing I'll add is that when it was discussed that night, it wasn't just about the bus just pulling off at the pub, because that's obviously easier when they're going west, but it's illegal. Yeah, they can turn off a side street, wrap around the back and come back to the pub. Yeah. I think we've got to address the transport concerns, right? But we've also got to address the safety of the people that are getting on and off, and being in a more populated, highly lit area late at night. And one of the residents who attended the meeting that night has, in years gone by, not so much recently, backpackers, and she used the example of young female backpackers that are jumping on that bus. She wants them safe, because we live in different times. So,
can I just add to what Councillor O'Neill was saying? There was very active discussion, and it's obviously a major concern in the Ulbar community. And I was going to mention, as Councillor O'Neill, the suggestion was to turn off well down the highway and actually do the loop around, so it takes that dangerous spot just there where you've got the curve. And the Ulbar community were trying to look at sensible, safe, lots of options, and just were feeling like, I believe, that they're hitting a brick wall.
Yep.
And they're really, really keen to just have a dialogue and see something progress out of this that's going to be a safe alternative.
That's right.
Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I also have been at the meetings with you about communities raised this, and there was another suggestion too about maybe further down near the service station. But I was just wondering whether I could ask Deputy Director Cam to come up, because I think he's been working on about the bus shelter projects, because there was funding for those projects as we've done, and I just wonder if he would have anything to add to this.
Yeah, thanks councillors, and through you, Mr Chair. one positive about this, I suppose, is we've been actively working with Bus Queensland and Department of Main Roads across the whole region for improving our bus stops from a disability perspective, because there's some funding at the moment to make sure that by 2023 all bus stops are disability compliant. The actual remit of public transport falls under council to some degree, and in long distance bus shelters are considered public transport. So in this instance, we do play a very active role in it's a joint decision between the department and council. So I think this really helps officers push forward with a position from council to say this is it. So this is not something that sits 100% with DTMR. It actually is a joint decision between council, because it does come under the definition of public transport. And whilst we don't have a lot of public transport in Roma, this is an example of public transport. So yeah, I think if it helps allay the fears, it's not just an example. The speed limit review is probably a little bit different flavour. That is definitely a DTMR led one, but the location of public transport, which is long distance bus shelters and stops, council has a very active position there.
Does council own? Is council land on the highway side of the hall? Now, I know there's a house there, but there's also vacant land.
I think that's council land from the highway to, I don't know where we are, Garden Street, whatever it is,
Because if it was, you still, and we put a bus stop there if it falls to us, it's close enough to the pub to address the safety concerns, right, just across the road. And it would mean that they could, either way they're headed, they're doing that little loop. So
yeah, I agree, because coming into Perry Street, at least you've got a little bit of a turning lane. Coming into the pub, there's no shoulder. So if you're picturing a road train coming from Brisbane, the bus trying to turn in that's heading back to Brisbane, that essentially the bus is parked on the highway at 80 km an hour trying to turn across in front of vehicles, which is where obviously the bus drivers' concerns may.
But if you were heading east or west and you turned at the water tower, what's that street?
That's Perry.
That's Perry. Yep. You turn in there regardless of which way you're going, and you wrap back. So you go past the pub and come back to it. If you were heading west, and east, you obviously enter it beforehand. So
to answer your question, Councillor O'Neill, council owns the land from by Perry Street, from the hall back to Coventry Park. There is houses on there.
So is that one Perry Street?
Garden Street, sorry, along Garden Street.
Behind the hall. Which is the street that separates the hall and the pub?
Langton Avenue.
Langton Avenue. Do we own that land at the back of the hall on Langton Avenue?
I'd have to double check.
Because that'd be an ideal place for it.
Well, that's what I was saying before, that is like it's bordering the pub.
If it's near the pub, I think it will tick a lot of boxes for the community.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Just a comment. I know a few of the buses at Oakey, they actually go around the back street, and a few others down the way, they're nowhere near the highway, so they get off around and go down the back street, and that's where the bus stops are. So, there's a lot of towns doing that.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, in light of what Councillor O'Neill says, that block of dirt, I'm pretty certain, assuming council own that, would have to advocate to Queensland Transport, or the TransLink, or whatever it is, that the bus goes around the block for everyone. Because
that's right.
If you're coming from the east to the west, if you're coming from the east, you go up to the whatever street we're talking about, come round the block, and then pull into that.
Yeah, Perry Street, no?
In front of the hall, come back around.
Yeah. So that the bus is not turning off the highway in front of the pub.
That's
right, yeah.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Deputy Kim, with this bus stops situations where you've built up the guttering to that height so that easy access for disabled people, how do you go when there's no channel and curbing, just a separate little ramp situation there?
Yeah, so something like that, you just have to look at each site specifically and build the infrastructure accordingly. Yeah. It could be you've just got to build an upstand wall. If you've got no curb to work with, you've just got to build an upstand. So it's making it fit with the site. Yeah. I think that, there's extra work, but it's not huge. we just build on top of the curb to give that pick up stand because that infrastructure is already in place.
As far as other vehicles, they know the gutter's there, so it's going to be loading dock there. They'll have to be secured, sort of, I suppose, because it's just in that. I've just got it up on the map. It's just a car park by the look all the way through. Vacant dirt car park.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak for this motion or against it? Does the mover wish to sum up?
Just to say, Mr Mayor, that I welcome the discussion and looking at, again, the recommendations from the Ulbar Development Group, which if Council supports this resolution, they'll advocate, we will advocate for on their behalf. One is rapidly to review the safety of where buses pull up along the highway at Ulbar for passengers and provide a reasonable, safe solution to this dangerous problem. Two, consider a bus shelter for the dedicated bus stop to protect travellers while they wait for the bus or for those picking them up from the harsh weather conditions we experience in South West Queensland. And three, reconsider changing the 80km speed through the township of Ulbar and the Warrego Highway. I think that is broad enough to have a good conversation with departmental officers around an appropriate location, and we've come up with one today which is addressing the concerns that the community had raised in respect to a location close to the pub. So I think there's enough scope in there to provide the advocacy that councillors are looking for.
Okay, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. I'd like to also move another motion on this item that council liaise, council invite the local director, it would be the local director of Main Roads in Roma. What would the title be?
District Director.
District Director, that's it. Invite the District Director of Main Roads to come to a council briefing to talk to about what was that committee you were saying before, the Traffic Safety Committee? What was that?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
The question, sorry.
So you know the Road Safety Committee that does speed limits. What's it called?
Speed limit review.
Speed limit. Yeah, that council briefing to talk to council about a possible speed limit review of certain towns in the Maranoa. So what have we got? The council invite the District Director of Main Roads to come to council briefing to talk to council about a possible speed limit review of certain towns in the Maranoa and how council can work together with Main Roads. What is the is it
Department of Transport, Main Roads.
Department of Transport, Main Roads. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Certainly do believe, been raised at Mitchell about some issues, and we've got some issues that do play on my mind, as I'm sure it does for other councillors. And the more we can work together, the more we can try and find solutions. Does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 16.5, Roma Neighbourhood Centre. I'd like to move that council provide logistical and financial and back office services and support in consultation with the Mayor to call for community members to be involved in starting a Roma Neighbourhood Centre as the incorporated body, and with the view that the incorporated body operate the lease of the Neighbourhood Centre Roma. 2, approve the Mayor and Councillor Edwards to be council representatives on the newly formed committee of the new incorporated body. 3, on full operation of the Roma Neighbourhood Centre Incorporated, that's approximately the name, it may not be able to be that name, entering to a lease with the new incorporated body being based on a peppercorn rent with the understanding in the lease that the incorporated body would enter into a lease based on the agreement. It would be instigating programs that reduce crime and train skills for the youth and adults, provide a business arm for non-for-profit labour hire to encourage local employment and support for business in Maranoa, as well as to provide non-for-profits affordable rooms, so I probably need to tidy that up, for non-for-profits, affordable rooms and meeting spaces for the benefit of the community of the Maranoa, and in brackets, including fee waivers where possible based on community need and capacity to pay. 4, the incorporated body will be responsible for ongoing maintenance and capital costs where possible of the neighbourhood centre by investing rental fees where available. And I'll just put number 5 down. And number 5 would be council would receive proposals from the group in conducting crime reduction and associated programs. And as we realise, we have one program in the budget that hasn't moved forward. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? I'll speak to the motion.
Mayor, just before you do, I think I've got to raise some concerns here.
Sure.
One is that you've got in the resolution that we provide financial support. There's no reference to any money, and so there's no budget allocation. And I raised what I raised under previous reports, that if council supports this, the councillors will be liable for the financial support, not council, because we don't have a budget allocation. We don't even know how much money it is. That's a minor concern for me at the moment. The major concern is number 3, that we're talking about entering into a lease to an that doesn't exist at the moment. And if council supports number 2 and puts yourself and Councillor Edwards on it, you have a declarable conflict of interest, even though you would be the council representatives, because this is no different to when council in the early stages of the Country University Centre had me as a council representative, and when it came back to council to do some actions around it, we sought legal advice as a council through King & Co, and the advice was, even though I was council's representative, I had a declarable conflict of interest, and I had to put it to council to determine whether I could be in the meeting or not. So the governance around what you've proposed here, I've got some major concerns about. If I can provide any counsel, I would park 2, 3 and 4 and just do 1. Find out how much it's going to cost and get council to help support set it up, right, if that's what the majority of council agree to. And then if it happens, you go on it and Councillor Edwards or whoever the delegate is, and then we look at a lease. Like I've got major concerns around the governance, and for yourself and Councillor Edwards, because you've nominated him, I think you've got some conflict of interest matters that you're going to have to iron out if it's consistent with the advice that was provided under the Country University Centre model.
Well, I'm happy to lay this on the table to get advice on a work order that can deal with the relatively minor amounts of money that will be used to set it up, as it is an incorporated non-for-profit model, and also to get advice on council representatives, point 2, and any other matters where they're of concern, and Yeah, we'll lay that on the table to get that advice, and then we can then deal with the motion. All those in favour?
Sorry, for when though?
Yeah, for
Well, as soon as we get the advice, so whether it's today or whether it's the next meeting.
What's in the,
Lay it on the table
till
until.
a future meeting?
Well,
It
we
won't be
just,
today, will it?
No,
well, it just depends, but
ASAP,
No.
we're in
a
it
bit
now.
hard from here.
Won't get that advice today.
Just a bit hard from here, Mr Mayor, for the
I'd
start.
say future meeting.
Future meeting, I would suggest.
advice on, on the points raised by Councillor O'Neill. So to get the work order, so that solves out, use of the staff's time and any minor costs. And the second one will be to do with whether we can send people as representatives on the committee.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I raised. You can absolutely have council representatives. It's conflict. You have to manage your own conflicts. Our role collectively is, if we feel there's something here, you've got to raise it. I'm raising it because if this was supported today, it would be against what was done around the Country University Centre, and we got legal advice on it.
So and that's what we're going to do. We're going to get legal advice on it, and then we can move forward in a correct way, whether it has to be declared conflict or not.
So if something in the future comes up about the centre, Councillor Edwards and the Mayor have to go in the room. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just giving the example when we were setting up the Country University Centre, which was a project of council. I was their rep, and it caused some conflicts for me to manage. This looks the same, right?
And that may also be on the fact of what positions are held too.
No, I was just council's rep.
So anyway, what I'm doing is moving it to lay on the table to get the concerns that you
We got
raised.
through it all right, didn't we?
Concerns that were raised, and get the legal advice so we're doing things properly, and of course, a budget number for the small amount of expenditure that we're looking at. And then we'll get that back for the next meeting. All those in favour?
Sorry, the CEO's come to the table.
So, minutes are meant to provide sufficient certainty. I don't think it's appropriate to have points raised by Councillor O'Neill. That's not how we do minutes. Lay it on the table until a future meeting to seek advice in relation to the following matters, including but not limited to funding regarding, just take out legal advice, funding regarding setup of the body and estimated expenditure. Representation and potential conflicts. Representation and management of potential just in the second dot point, representation and potential conflict of interest implications for elected councillors. And councillors, are you interested in also including in that what an appropriate governance structure might be? Because the advice might come back that if you set it up this way, that's more ideal than actually defining what type of body that is, what an appropriate governance structure may be for the intent of the report.
I'm actually putting forward an incorporated body, which is very standard, but
I'll just leave it with you to decide whether that's some words.
And also, what was the resolution Mayor, did you put up recently that we call an expression of interest and put a big sign up?
I don't think it got up.
Did it not get up?
I don't think so.
We've commenced that process, councillors.
I thought so.
And you might want to update.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the resolution was that council called for expressions of interest. The expressions of interest document have been done. We're just waiting on the signs to get fabricated, which is a bit of delay on that, but if council wasn't going to proceed with that resolution, then
We're going to have to rescind that because this resolution was about just giving it to this body that hasn't formed yet. But we were going out to expressions of interest.
Yeah, no, we've obviously got to get the legal advice, so I might change that when I'm moving, that the mayor seek legal advice, that we lay it on the table for the mayor to seek legal advice for a future meeting.
But then won't you have a conflict in that because it's your report and you're putting yourself on the committee and you're going to get the legal advice? Shouldn't the legal advice just come back to council? Not that it's going to you. It doesn't feel right to me.
Just to get the legal advice.
Well, you've now changed this so that the mayor's getting the legal advice. I don't know why that suddenly changed, but this is your report and you're going to put yourself on the committee. You can't get your own legal. It just doesn't feel, that's ratepayers' money. If the advice was coming back to council how it was going to be.
Okay, so we'll change that council receive the legal advice. And we'll have it to the next meeting, please. Okay, so I move that we lay it on the table until the next meeting for council to seek advice in relation to the following matters, including but not limited to funding regarding setting up a body and estimated expenditure, representation and potential conflicts of interest implications for elected members, and what an appropriate governance structure may be for the intent.
Having regard to the intent of the report.
Having regard for the intent of the report.
Well, do you change it to elected members? That should be councillors that you seek, not elected members of the committee.
No, councillors.
So that is changing back to councillors there, Cal.
Okay, so we're voting on laying it on the table till the next meeting for council to seek advice in relation to the following matters, including but not limited to the following that I've read out. All those in favour? All those against? 8-1 if I call for the business.
Mr Mayor, just a question for you. Is that just a mix-up in the pages, is it? We've got,
That one there, that's the yield button.
yeah, we've got some.
Yeah, that was, it's been removed off the agenda.
Thank you, that's all right.
Well, that makes sense now. I couldn't work that
I
out.
was trying to, I just,
Yeah, I
that
can
should
see
have been
that's
on the
what-
yield bar
well,
one.
that would have been handy when we were talking
Yeah.
about the block.
That's the one I looked up on that.
Item 16.6.
Mr Mayor, that you,
Last one. What's the last one?
I,
It's not,
you
not
little
one.
friendly hint there that it might go for 2 minutes, that's all.
16.6, Community Cinema Entertainment Centre for the Maranoa. I'd like to move that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards. Any opposition?
I've just got a question.
Please go ahead.
Why has a particular address been excluded?
Because it was a conflict in the past brought up by yourself, Councillor O'Neill, so it's been excluded to make sure that we've got no conflicts.
Oh, sorry, I didn't look it up. 37 Hawthorne Street is the cinema, is it?
I'm pretty sure it is, yes. Yeah.
Which has now been sold.
Yeah, but there was a conflict brought up, so I'm just making it clear we're not talking about that. So there is no conflict, as far as I know, from any council.
So it has been sold?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder.
Councillor Taylor.
Please,
I've just got a question really.
sure.
I read about this when it said council are considering in the paper, and I know
Yes.
they've just pulled that off the agenda, I get that.
Correct.
But is it possible that when anybody at this table has an idea, that it comes to a briefing, or we have half an hour on our briefing day that we can discuss things that people have on their mind? Like, I didn't know we were thinking about it. I'm not saying I'm against it, I'm not saying I'm for it, but I just wonder why we can't collectively talk about things that are going to be one pages before we get
Yeah, I think that would slow council down too much. It's
to have a
just,
briefing day.
yes,
We have a
definitely.
briefing day anyway.
But this is what this will do if this gets supported. It will go on to the next stage, and there will be many stages of this. But where you got that from is obviously the journalist.
Yeah, I know they've just plucked it out of the agenda. and
So as soon as,
when they say council are considering, well, I figured I was part of council,
yes,
and I hadn't been considering it,
no, but it was
because I
in
don't
your,
know about it.
but it was in your agenda that you have to consider.
Yeah, but I read it in the paper before I got the agenda.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
I'm just saying, I just don't know why we can't talk about things before they hit the paper.
Yeah.
That's what briefing days would be about, that we have ideas that we can
But
share together.
Some things get canned before they even go any further, so that's what this is about, if it gets canned or not.
But if you're just discussing it and you're going to come to the table and going to say, oh, by the way, next meeting I would like to bring this forward as an agenda item. I mean, it doesn't matter if you, at least you know what I'm thinking. I have no idea.
Oh, well, I'm certainly interested in getting your thoughts, and that would be part of the process if it moves forward.
I'm not talking about this thing in particular, I'm just talking in general, as in agenda items that just come out of nowhere and we're supposed to know.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. I'll speak to the motion. Certainly believe this is something that's long overdue. I get many comments from the community, and this is about a regional focus where if the entertainment centre was done, that we would have a focus that the responsibilities would be to, where possible, for instance with the movies, have movies in the region. And today you build 2 or 3 cinemas, 4 cinemas, but they're small ones. So you can play multitudes of movies, whether it's 10-pin bowling, softballs that kids can play in, whatever the community wants. We need to be attractive to the region and people to move here. And this is one thing on the bucket list that is not available. Many councils fund and own cinemas because that is something that is the only way it happens. So this is a way about getting on the front foot, doing something. We're talking about getting people mixing. There's nothing better than some of these social activities, and providing in the Maranoa the biggest range of things to do, with the side benefit of, if this is created, it can instigate things to happen in our other towns as well, as a side benefit of running a major entertainment centre. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
There's parts of this I'm in favour of, and there's other parts I'm not. To incorporate a plan for weekend movies to be shown at existing halls within the Maranoa, I think is a wonderful idea, and it's something you and I spoke about last term. We've got halls in Roma, as well as in the small outlining towns of our region as well, and I think the plan needs to incorporate all of the towns. But we've got some huge capital investments that need to occur in the foreseeable future, and the one that springs to mind is the Roma pool. We've seen the plan. We have indicative costs. I just don't think we should be concentrating on an area like movies, 10-pin bowling, and an indoor children's play centre as a new development that council would do. If you're looking at putting a proposal together to attract a developer out of town or a developer in town to invest in that, the private sector, then I'd support it. But the way this reads is that council investigates developing it as a public entity, and I think there is far greater priorities for the ratepayers' dollars to go then into a new entertainment centre for movies, temporary bowling, or an indoor children's play centre. If there is a market for that and there is a profit to be made, the private sector will invest in it and they'll do a great job and they'll get the returns. But we are a relatively small shire in terms of our rate base. We've got some major investments that need to occur in the short term, let alone the medium to long term. I don't think we should be using council resources to go up this rabbit warren when we've got these other priorities to concentrate on. Again, I reiterate, the plan to come up with how to play movies in our halls is a good one. I support that if it was on its own, but just to prepare a report to include the investigation of the development of that kind, an entertainment centre, I can't support.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion or against the motion? Councillor Hancock.
My concern is actually just the timing of it. Like, I can see that the community really would like to have a community centre and something else to do. My concern is that we're bringing new projects to the table all the time. It's the new shiny thing when there is actually infrastructure out there that we need to put money into, that we already own and we already need to do repairs and maintenance on. For instance, our roads, we don't have enough money to keep our roads in good enough state, and yet here we are going to look at investing money into the next new shiny thing. So my concern is not that if we had the endless budget and we had endless money, you could play Santa Claus and you can give people everything they want. But we don't have that, and we have got a lot of infrastructure that we already own that needs money investing in it, and roads are one of them. Roads, we say we don't have enough money to do the roads to the standard that the community wants. I'm concerned that we're forgetting about our roads, and so that's why I can't support that at this time.
Does someone want to speak for the motion?
I just want to speak just in regards to that. I know every shiny thing, and the feedback I get is the big rig's a big shiny thing that took a lot of money, council money, that could have been spent on roads. So you're going to get people from every demographic that want a certain thing, and there is a lot of people that want this. They did want the cinema. Certain people like the tourist aspect of the big rig. So no matter where you look, there's going to be different people, but the big shiny things have been done, and not everyone agreed with them, and they took a long time to come to fruition. It was us that voted on that after 10 years or whatever for the big rig. So it is going to be hard to please everyone, and I'd like to think that one day we could have something like this, but we'd at least look into it and see what's involved.
Councillor Guthrie.
I'm not seeking to speak for or against Mr Mayor. I'm just wanting to just clarify my head. We're not considering here the building of something new and shiny. We're looking at maybe repurposing a council facility that we currently have that might actually be able to be considered. Is that correct? So it's not presupposing the building of a new setup.
No, it would be all options looked at, and it would be about what size is needed to be able to make something that is sustainable into the future. So you have service stations that used to have food counters and fuel counters. They just have one person doing everything.
And my second question is, just for clarification, is that what was included in the report may not even get a look in. It may be a matter of looking at the possibilities rather than going with a preconceived idea about what's going into the centre. Is that correct?
Yeah, the obviously, a big decision like this would start with being approved for a report, but then we would have a lot of feedback and keep voting on what we would want to see in there. Then we would need to look for some funding and many steps. So that would be part of the process. It's not saying only use the building, it's saying work out what is needed, what's viable. I know that other councils have done this very well. I believe that we should be looking at that. Yeah. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for or against the motion. I'll just sum up. I certainly believe that Maranoa is behind the 8 ball. It does not. If you want to go and see a movie, don't move to the Maranoa, because you can't unless there's a community event that's been put on with that. So I believe one of the issues, and when we talk about roads, this council has invested the most in roads by actually deciding to operate locally, which will focus on roads, which is one of the ways that roads can be improved by taking our large amount of money for roads that has increased many percent over the last 10 years and getting better value for money out of it. So I don't accept the argument. That argument would have meant that there would not have been a new Saleyards building, there would not have been a Big Red if you weren't interested in doing shiny things. Those things have been a decision of council that have happened. They're a decision, and we now move forward with those. This is about focusing on the different residents. In my opinion, we've got a lot of people that need help with their rural roads, and a lot of that is how efficiently we spend the money and how we can listen to local residents. And we are going to make big steps in that department with our local directors, highlighting council with those issues. But we also have people that live in our community, and if you move to Western Downs, you will have movies, you will not have them here. You go into New South Wales, the amount of councils that fund cinemas because they want to make it not just a mining camp, but a place for people to come and want to be. And there is things that are missing, and I disagree with private sector will do it, because there's been no history. We now have a situation that the cinema has been bought and pulled apart, and someone said you can buy chairs on buy, swap and sell or something. That's an example of private enterprise can't or won't. So sometimes council has to get behind it and make things happen. And if council could make something that's so good and so successful, maybe private enterprise might want to run it. Maybe families in our community might want it. But if we don't do this, I believe we'll be the council with no vision. And we're not interested, like I want to retire here and I want to make the Maranoa the best place for children, families, senior people to be. And if you don't get behind it, and you as councillors have the opportunity to drive this, and we can do it. And the first thing that we need to think is, yes, we're going to do it. We don't know quite exactly what it will be, but we're going to do it, and we're going to make it the best for the Maranoa, and we want people raving about it. And if you go to the southeast corner, you will actually say, mate, we've got better out in the Maranoa than what you've got here. And that's what I believe it's time for the people of Maranoa. I've been waiting many, many years for this, and it's time for us to move forward. So on that note, we go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 6-3 if I can call for the division. And on that note, we'll break for lunchtime. On to L1, long-term flight reductions by Qantas in Roma. I'd like to propose that council write to the Minister for Transport requesting consideration be given to appointing a full-time committed operator to the regulated route, as the demand is substantial but has been damaged by high prices, last-minute removal of flights, use of oversized aircraft versus demand, and schedules not being in line with passenger demand. Do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition?
No opposition, just you can open up for discussion, or?
We'll do the debate and then we'll have the discussion. So does anyone wish to speak in opposition? I'll speak to the motion. This is coming about that we have this on-off situation with flights. We've done a lot of consultation. I'm not talking about the next contract. I'm actually talking about the situation at the moment. I believe Qantas is not interested in the route. as only wanting to operate the route if it's profitable, and really I believe we need an operator that's a full-time operator. That would not change because you're damaging the amount of people that use the route if you remove services. We've got quite a buoyant economy locally, and not to even have a basic level of service each day. We had all the consultation, and I think it's in a payless state at the moment. Does anyone else wish to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
If the only way we can contribute to a discussion is to speak against it, I'll have to speak against it. I think this is highly inappropriate to be having a resolution like this presented to council in the middle of a tender. You just said that this isn't about awarding the next contract. However, in your own resolution, it says, I'd like to propose a council write to the Minister for Transport requesting that consideration be given to appointing a full-time committed operator. That is about the next tender. An open tender process shouldn't have politics involved. If this is supported today, this is entering into the politics of attacking the current carrier, and I think that is fundamentally flawed and is wrong. I think, if anything, what council should be doing is writing to the Minister advocating on 4 key areas that we want addressed. That's affordable prices, that's schedules that meet the community and corporate demands, so that's addressing school holiday traffic, it's addressing healthcare, which is a huge priority for getting our community members in and out, and which has been addressed in the past, but is causing of recent weeks to be an issue yet again. And we should be advocating to the Minister that we get more subsidised flights to secure the service into our region. I don't think we should be commenting on the current provider. I don't think the report should be talking about the current provider in an open tender. When I discussed with council at a briefing session a request that had come from one of the companies that had met with us, we had a discussion as to whether we should be providing anything back to that particular company, and there was universal agreement around the table that we should not be entering anything that isn't around the tender process for the regulated route. I think government need to do what government are doing in terms of that, but here, Mayor, if this is supported today, you are singling out the current provider, talking about who should be appointed and who shouldn't. What we should be doing as a community, what we should be doing as a council, is advocating what we want whoever that provider is to provide. That's affordable priced fares, that's schedules that meet community and corporate demands, and it's advocating that the state government subsidise more of the flights in and out of Roma, because that will secure the services. And so on that basis, I simply cannot support the resolution as it stands, because our council is politicising a tender process being run by the state government, and there are factually incorrect parts of the report which I can't support.
Okay, I'd just like to clarify, I want to change it to, I'll read it again. I'd like to propose the council write to the Minister for Transport requesting consideration be given to appointing a full-time committed operator to the current contract regulated route, as the demand is substantial but has been damaged by high prices, last-minute removal of flights, use of oversized aircraft versus demand, and schedules not being in line with passenger demand. So is the seconder happy with that change? So I'm actually adding in after committed operator to the current contract of the regulated route. The one we're in now, I'm not talking about the future, so that makes it clear to Councillor O'Neill's point.
It doesn't, Mayor, because you're leaving appointing in there.
Which part is in there?
Appointing. appointing a full-time committed operator implies that they're making a decision on who the operator is going to be.
Yeah, for the current route, they can change the operator of the current contract if they wish to. It's up to them. I'm not talking about the next contract. So how much clearer do I have to be about the fact?
I just have to ask a question. When are the next tenders called, or have they been called?
They're finalised at the end of the month, Councillor Ladbroke, so that's my point around politicising it.
But
the decision is being made right now.
But two, if you can't criticise people, how do they know that they're not doing the right thing? They're going to be told that they're not looking after our community. You just let them go. That's how I see it. Just let them go and do what they want to do. They're going to be told.
Those concerns have been raised with the provider.
Them, and they've just ignored over the last 2 or 3 or 4 years. They've just ignored us.
Not true.
And when they want to cut it off, they just say, "Oh, well, we're not doing it anymore." Like Saturday and Sundays, no Saturday and Sunday. It's just a joke.
No, it's factually not correct. There is a Sunday flight.
Well, it has been brought back, I think, for the second time, and I think it's because the state government has subsidised.
That's correct. But there is a Sunday flight.
Yeah, and it is subsidised by the state government.
So are a number of the other flights over the week.
Not by Qantas, by the state government.
But the state government subsidise other flights throughout the...
They do. They do. But the only reason that flight is back is because it's subsidised. Councillor McMullen.
I'm just going to ask the question, when does the tender, like it's out for open now, when's the changeover date, I suppose?
So the tender opened and closed,
yeah.
So they're assessing whoever the tenderers were.
When will the new tender?
1st of January.
1st of January.
And I'm actually talking for this point now, for the people of the Maranoa now, nothing to do with the 1st of January, because that's part of the tender process. That's why I've got current contract if the seconder is happy with that.
Current contract of the regulated route.
Yeah. So I'm not talking about in January, I'm talking about now.
Are you asking to change the contractor now?
I'm asking to appoint a full-time contractor to the current contract.
Is it not a full-time contractor to the?
I don't believe so.
Is that, you need to say between now and the 1st of January? Or
Yeah, I'm happy if you want that in there.
Make it more down.
Yep.
More,
from now until the 1st of January.
I believe Charles had the same thing, because they're on the same flight.
What exactly does that mean, a full-time committed operator to the current contract? What does that mean?
So what I'm saying is someone that is committing to a flight schedule that won't change, that will happen every day, that has in line with
Qantas have it now anyway, but
Yeah.
Qantas have it. So you're asking me to make Qantas do a better job?
For a different, no, I'm actually asking for a different contractor to be put to do the route.
They won't do that.
For 2 months, because they're called tenders. So they can't do it between now and
But they
January.
have things in their contract that I'm sure we're not aware of. And this is actually saying what we're asking, and we're saying to write to the Minister requesting the consideration of this be given. So it's a Councillor Guthrie.
Can I just ask if we could really tease out the word appointing? Could we have reinforcing or something like that as a word that basically says, we have concerns, we really want you to sort of beef them up and have, because I think the word appointing suggests there's a new kid going in.
Which is, I think, what the mayor.
Yeah, that's what I actually would want. I don't have any faith that.
Yeah, but if you if you do change the word to hold them accountable, they might say, right, we've got a clause in our contract that we can enforce something without having to go to the next step.
And so this discussion that's happening now is why, Mayor, at the beginning of this, I asked, could we have a discussion as a council? This is a worthwhile discussion across the table, and yet you made me have to speak against it to contribute, and yet now you've opened it up, which is the right thing to do, I might add, to get other input to make sure this is a solid resolution.
Well, I'm actually asking the mover whether the mover would be.
You're the mover.
I mean the seconder would accept the change.
what did you say, Councillor O'Neill? The Mayor, you asked the Mayor?
I asked the Mayor at the beginning of this whether we could have a discussion first, and he said, no, we'll have a debate. So my only contribution, Councillor McMullen, was debating against it, and now there is an open discussion happening across the table, which is starting to frame a far more supportive resolution across other councillors from my reading of the room.
So what is the seconder happy with? I'm happy with going with, to a point, I think we've been past trying to.
I think with a point, I think it's been already said, Mr Mayor, appointing, we're sort of telling them to put something else in there. We word it some way so they might give the...
Yeah, all we want is to enforce their contract rules.
Enforcing.
We've probably jumped a bit too high.
Their schedules.
Schedules, yeah.
Otherwise, they just do what they want to do.
To scheduling, enforcing, how do we make enforcing the
schedule?
Enforcing the schedule.
Of the flights.
It's not the current schedule, because the current schedule is the current schedule. What I'm actually putting forward is that we put a different operator in, or ask them to do that for this period, so we can get back to.
I don't think they'll.
But it's not up to us, we just ask them.
I think we can go about it and get the same result with different wording. And then reaffirming instead of appointing, like consideration to reaffirming the guidelines to, I don't know.
Conditions.
Hold them accountable. Like, I don't know. That's
The community's expectations, I guess.
Consideration be given to, I don't think appointing's right.
Reinforcing.
Reinforcing.
Enforcing.
Reaffirming.
the commitment by the current operator,
Yeah,
current contractor.
Yeah. Referring the commitment.
Yeah, commitment.
Commitment. Of the operator, of the current operator.
Current operator. To the current, and he's on the contract, can't he have current twice? Or not?
To current,
No.
of the existing contract or of the...
Of the existing contract, or the remainder of the existing.
The remainder of the contract.
Remainder of the contract. The current contract. Remainder of the current contract.
I think if it was January 3rd now, Mr Mayor, that probably wouldn't have been too bad. Like, you know, take on board what Councillor Neil said, like it's probably not timing wise, not right.
I would have thought when they do tenders that.
But we're not talking about the tenders.
But the schedules that come out, you know, what I'm saying is how they drop off these flights. That when they put in a tender, they say when they're going to fly and stick to it.
Yeah.
Not just drop one off.
Well, this is
when they
what,
want
this is what
They shouldn't be allowed to do that.
we're saying, to reaffirm their commitment in that respect.
Yeah, they need to.
The schedule has been fine until the last 12 months.
Yes.
And COVID has had a significant impact on the scheduling. Just like it's had an impact on business all over. Prior to that, as a regular user of the airport, I can't fault the schedule. The schedule was fine, it was working. You had days where you could get down and back in a day. You know, there were 2 flights at least Monday to Friday every day. It's just the last 12 months has been a significant impact on flight schedules.
There's
And that's
also,
probably because there's been an impact on
People weren't-
all
well-
pilots, like, look how many they parked up.
I didn't go anywhere for 7 months, right? That's just me, one user.
so the seconder, what is the seconder happy with?
Carol?
The,
I'm actually happy with the original motion. If the seconder doesn't want to do it, I'll call for another seconder.
what was the,
We have the original one up there with the words in it that we highlighted for the current contract.
Mr Mayor, I'll pull back on that one if you want to call for another second.
Is there any other seconder for the motion as I read? The council write to the Minister for Transport requesting that consideration be given to appointing a full-time committed operator to the current contract from now until the 1st of January 2022 of the regulated route, as the demand is substantial but has been damaged by high prices, last-minute removal of flights, use of oversized aircraft versus demand, and schedules not being in line with passenger demand. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Okay, Councillor Ladbroke. Any opposition? I think we've spoken, but does anyone else wish to speak again? I'll sum up. I do believe that I don't believe you can use COVID. I think that's a naive thought. In our areas, it might cause major economic problems if you're trying to run internationally or even capital city. But that's not the people of the Maranoa's concern. The people of the Maranoa's concern is about being able to deliver regulated services, and may I remind everyone that no one else can operate in the route. So I do believe that we need a full-time committed operator that doesn't change. I've certainly been aware that other operators have not changed the schedule like it has happened on our level. And I do believe this is a way for the people of the Maranoa that we can send a strong message of consideration to the Minister about all of the people that are going to be dealing with from now till Christmas or January, all of the Christmas, all the people visiting families and all of that are going to be affected by such a poor schedule. And if we don't support this, I don't believe there'll be any change in what happens for all that period, because unfortunately the people of the Maranoa are locked in. So on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 3-6. The motion is lost if one called for a division. Is there any other motions?
I've got a motion.
Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that Council write to the Minister for Transport highlighting that we seek a long-term carrier for the regulated route that provides affordable priced flights, schedules that meet community and corporate demands, including timeframes around boarding school, as well as medical appointments, and that the state government subsidises all of the flights in and out of Roma to secure the service for our community.
We have a seconder? Councillor Taylor. Any opposition? I've got a question to the mover. When you were saying that you thought it was wholly inappropriate speaking about a future contract, haven't you just said that in the motion that you put to council?
I'm not talking
to council.
Meg Albert, I'm not talking about a carrier. I'm just talking about whoever that carrier is into the future. We need affordable prices, schedules that meet our local demands, like you spoke about before, and that the flights are subsidised by the state government. I'm not talking about who the carrier is.
But then aren't you talking about after January, which is what you said we shouldn't be talking about?
My concern that I raised before was highlighting a particular carrier that's providing a service. I'm talking about whomever is awarded the tender, our community deserves affordable prices, which you talk about often, schedules that meet our community, but also the corporate demands, because let's face it, there is a business community that uses the flights. And if we advocate for the subsidy, we secure the service. Because I was on council when the government asked whether it should be a regulated route or not. And I remember the debate around that. If it wasn't a regulated route, there was a high risk that if there was a downturn triggered by business or now COVID, which no one foresaw, that a carrier could pull away. But if it's a regulated route that's subsidised by the state government, that all flights are subsidised, it secures the service for our region. Whoever the carrier is someone else's business. But we need to advocate what we need for the route here to provide for our community.
Righto.
My question, should we still have in there about enforcing the current commitment can we do that? Or is it too?
So councillor, that's my point. We're then talking about a provider. Whoever it is, we need to be advocating what they provide. That's our opportunity to have some influence. Not about who it is or whether it's worked or it hasn't, whomever. But just the things that ticks the boxes to address what our community needs is what I've put forward. So I don't want to talk about any of those others.
Just a comment, I know Charleville, the government subsidises that, subsidised till the 1st of December, I believe. And then she's all off again.
1st of December or 31st of December, which one?
Well, I'm not really sure, okay. But it's in December, and they said, Zorro said that after that they're in limbo again. So they're going to subsidise, which would be Roma anyway too, wouldn't it?
So the ones we share with, like the contract before this one, it was fully subsidised.
Okay.
It was fully subsidised, but then this one we're currently in fell when there was a spike, huge spike, when we were having 20 flights a day. That was the argument that the government of the day put, that it didn't have to be subsidised because it stood on its own 2 feet.
Yep.
And then the market plummeted, and it was thankful we had regulated routes because it secured a service, and they were compelled to provide the service, even though it wasn't subsidised. And I just think we've got to get back to our rural communities out here having a subsidised air service, or we're not going to have it. And that's why I think we need to advocate to the state government that all flights in and out of Roma, which will include the ones that go further west, are subsidised, because that means they'll come in and our community can use them.
See, it might be the 30th of December. If the contracts are awarded January, it might have been to the end of December. I don't know, they were subsidised, don't they?
Righto, does anyone wish to speak against the motion?
Problem is, for highlighted, we need a long-term carrier for the regulated route. Schedule to meet our corporate and community demands.
It's already
Oh, sorry, the
finished,
one below. Schedules that meet our the first dot point.
He's just reading it out.
So for the regular route. Should be that for the regular route.
That includes schedules that meet our community and corporate demands. And then i.e. timeframes around boarding schools and medical appointments. affordable prices was the other dot point. And the state government subsidises all flights in and out of Roma.
Okay, does the member's probably spoken to it, do you want to speak any more?
Highlighting that we maybe call it there. One. Because that state government subsidises all flights, doesn't flow.
Yeah.
Maybe put it just for a moment, Cal, just a one in front of the we seek a long-term carry for the regulated route that includes schedules that meet our community. Have that as one sentence. Just remove the dot point. Yeah, put that up to the first after includes. No, just move it back up to the after includes. And then to and affordable and add there is a
And 3, affordable. Oh, you've got a better affordable prices, yeah. That includes flight schedules that meet our community and corporate demands, along with affordable prices. And it should be the council documents that, and number 2 is that the, so to start with the, state government subsidises all flights of the Right to the minister highlighting that. Oh. Advocating that. That one, we see a lot of carrier. It has to be. Child. We see a lot of carrier regularly. Do you want me to read that again, Mayor?
Yes, please.
I've moved the council write to the Minister for Transport advocating that we seek a long-term carry for the regulated route that includes flight schedules that meet our community and corporate demands, i.e. timeframes around boarding schools and medical appointments, along with affordable prices. And second dot point, there is a need for state government subsidies on all flights in and out of Roma.
Is the seconder happy with that? Okay. Does Lev wish to speak to it? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L2, additional stabiliser machinery hire required. We have a mover. Councillor McMillan.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 approve TJ and JE Campbell to supply stabiliser machines for the RMPC works to be performed by Council. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to enter into final negotiations with TJ and JE Campbell, noting the value of $247,455, including GST, by way of a purchase order. If final terms are acceptable, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to approve variations to the cost of engaging TJ and JE Campbell for the RMPC projects that are within Council's approved budget.
We have a seconder. Councillor Edwards, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
No thanks.
We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, so conflicts. I'd just like to, as I've declared before, on C5 annual performance review, I've already declared a conflict on that, so I'll be leaving the room while that's on. And also C6 Christmas Street Party 2021, I've declared a conflict on that as well.
It hasn't come to.
Yeah, we had Christmas party.
No, we've had a briefing. We haven't had a. It hasn't come to a council meeting.
No.
There was a similar thing called the Main Streets. I think it was a similar thing some time ago.
Last year.
Last year.
This,
Yeah, but it
that
wasn't
week.
a Christmas party.
Yeah.
It was something else.
Well, then, if it was something different, you'd have to do conflict
it's
anyway. But most recently, what you're referring to, the staff came and provided a briefing on this matter, and you left the room, so did Councillor Edwards, and I don't know. I can't remember, but that's when you left.
I'll declare on C6 Christmas Street Party 2021. The declaring councillor is Councillor Tyson Golder. The person with the interest is myself. I own a business Golders on the main street in Roma CBD, McDowell Street, Roma. That will not be affected by the Christmas party. But the type of conflict is a declarable conflict of interest, and the action is that I'll leave the room while the matter is discussed and voted on. Do we have any other conflicts? Councillor Ladbroke.
Item number, declaration of interest on C6, the description Christmas party, Christmas Street Party 2021. I am the declaring councillor. The person with interest in related parties myself. Particulars of interest are the business, which is located in Roma CBD. The type of conflict is a declarable conflict of interest, and the action I will take is leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Okay, is there any other conflicts?
Mr Mayor, I got, which one do you want first, Kelly?
I think it was actually, yeah, you're up there now.
Mr Mayor, C5 annual performance review, declaring councillors, myself, Councillor Jeff McMullen, myself. Particulars of interest, I, Councillor McMullen, inform the meeting of the declarable conflict of interest involving the staff member referred to in item C5. Type of conflict is declarable conflict of interest, and action is I'll leave the room while the matter is discussed and voted on. And LC2, I'm the declaring councillor, and personal interest related party, close associate and others relationship, myself and my partner Jean Clifford. Particulars of interest to property we recently sold as listed in the report. The type of conflict is a declarable conflict of interest. Although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
Oh, well, we've got to vote on this one, I think.
It's on the
So we should do this one first.
I think that's what Councillor Taylor was doing.
Oh, yeah, okay, I thought you were doing the next conflict.
That's on.
I believe that it's in the public interest that Councillor McMullen participates in both agenda item, was it? LC2, because a reasonable person would trust that the final decision was made in the public interest.
Okay, we have a seconder, Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Any other conflicts? Councillor Edwards, I think.
Item C6, I've got a conflict of interest description, Christmas Street Party 2021. Chair and Councillor Mark Edwards, person with a relationship, myself and LGAQ Group, particulars of interest. Declarable conflict arises because I'm employed at LGAQ Group, released the building in the main street. Also sell oranges in the main street. It's a declarable conflict of interest, and I'll leave the room while the matter is discussed and voted on. Sorry, Calvert, so Calvert, you have a second one, did you?
Yes, no, that's okay, I had one.
All okay? Okay.
Okay. Right, any other conflicts? Right, do we have anyone to move into closed? Councillor.
I'll move in accordance with the provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the Council resolved to close the meeting to the public to discuss confidential items that its councillors consider it is necessary to close the meeting. In accordance with section 254J5 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the following table provides the matters to be discussed and an overview of what is to be discussed while the meeting is closed. C1, request for extension on payment due date. C2, crushing of concrete stockpile at Roma Waste Facility. C3, unallocated state land lot 141 on SP 249951. C4, request to waive debt recovery legal fees assessment 14025-761. C5, annual performance review. C6, Christmas Street Party 2021. C7, amendment to the 2021-22 capital project program, Dwqmp pathway. C8, memorandum of understanding, Department of Transport and Main Roads Road Tech. C9, minor amendments to the organisational structure. C10, employee code of conduct. LC1, Miss Campbell East Culvert upgrade. LC2, state government surplus properties Maranoa region. LC3, Roma Camp Draft Association proposal.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. C5, annual performance review. And as I've declared previously on the same item, I've declared conflict, so I'll be leaving the room while this is happening.
I declare I've already declared I've got a conflict on C5, so I'll leave the room too.
Robbie, you have to come up here.
Change the agenda.
No,
No.
no, seats.
So we've got-
Oh, I just saw we wanted to open it.
Oh, so, yeah.
Better figure back in the close.
So we just have no chair, Rob, so.
Oh, I see, so we're back to, yep.
Yeah, I'll move, happy to move a motion that, Councillor Mike Edwards chairs the meeting.
Seconder,
I'll decline.
Councillor Edwards has declined, do we have any other? Oh, hang on,
I'd
Shall
like
you
to move
report
that,
that?
Councillor Guthrie chair the meeting.
Seconder? Councillor Ladbroke? Councillor Guthrie?
Fine.
Accept the motion, alright, we have a motion on the books there that Councillor Guthrie chair the meeting for the next agenda item. Those in favour? 6 those against? Okay, that's 6-1, Kelly. Councillor Guthrie, would you like to?
Do I need to move up and I sit where I am?
Yeah, you'd like to take them.
Beautiful, thank you.
I move we go into closed.
I move that we go into closed.
Councillor Neil
I
has
just
moved.
moved we go into closed.
Okay, well, I'm happy to second it.
This is like.
So you're putting it?
No, it's not, yeah, sure.
Okay, can I now put it to everybody, we're going into closed? All those in favour? So we're moving into C5, the annual performance review. I'm going to move that council engage Hopwood Gammon lawyers to provide legal clarification on Schedule A. Can I please ask for a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Ladbroke. Okay, is there anybody who would like, I'm happy to just say that we are seeking some additional information to assist with some of the responsibilities we have as eligible councillors, and I believe that this is the right way to seek the information. Is there anybody who would like to speak against or for, or speak for the actual motion? Okay, can we go to the vote, please? Can I get you to do a show of your being in favour of this particular motion? Okay, can I say that we've got Mark, 6.
7.
Can you do a
You do
yeah?
against as well. Show of
And
hands.
show of hands now for against. Okay, so the division will be 6-1. And Kel, can you please show how the division actually was recorded? Okay, 6-1.
Just adjourn the meeting.
I'll just adjourn the meeting and we'll ask for our chair to resume.
Doing the meeting at Sharon, do you want to follow that time, please?
4:27.
4:27.
Then, acting chair, I'm happy to move that we go into closed.
Okay. Councillor O'Neill move we go into closed. Do I have a second? Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? All those in favour? I've got 8-0. Okay, so we're going to address that now, eh?
Yeah.
C6, isn't my paper, C6, isn't it?
Yeah.
Agenda item C6, Christmas Street Party for 2021. Do I have a mover, please?
I can move.
Councillor Taylor?
I'd like to move that Council 1 host the 2021 My Maranoa Christmas Street Party in Roma on Thursday the 2nd of December 2021. 2, approve McDowell Street to be closed from Quinton Street to Charles Street from 3:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Thursday the 2nd of December 2021 for the My Maranoa Christmas Street Party. 3, seek additional sponsorship opportunities for the 2021 My Maranoa Christmas Street Party. 4, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to sign funding applications and funding agreements with relative to the 2021 My Maranoa Christmas Street Party as applicable. And 5, form an organising committee comprising 2 councillor representatives, council staff, community and business representatives. 6, include the My Maranoa business shopping campaign as was previously run in 2019.
Councillor, are we going to nominate any councillors?
Do you want to nominate them now? Oh,
Well, I
okay.
think we should.
Does anybody who's interested?
Right, well, I'll nominate Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Hancock.
I think maybe you'll have to do it as part of that.
Just add it in,
So we'll nominate Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Hancock as representative of the
Thank you,
council
John.
representatives.
That's right, look after you.
Okay, so that's, do I have a seconder for that motion, please? Councillor Burker. Is there any opposition? Anyone wish to speak for or against the motion?
I just think it's a really great opportunity. I can't wait to see it all coming out, and as we said, other councillors can go if they want to, so I wouldn't mind just popping in and seeing if we can help with some sponsorships around town or something.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? Oh,
No.
who moved it? Do you want to sum up?
No, thank you.
Okay, well, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? 6-0. So where are we now?
So I'll speed things up. I'll move. We go back into closed.
Yeah.
We go into closed.
You don't have to get through that stuff again, do we?
No.
Councillor O'Neill going into close. Movement. Councillor Hancock seconded it.
Right, to get these other.
Hang on, you've got to vote on it.
All in 6-0. All in favour.
Move that the next item on the agenda is LC1. Do we have a procedural, I think? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Do we need a second to change the thing? It's procedural, isn't it?
Oh, no, you do need a second to amend the
Okay,
agenda.
do we have a second? Councillor Guthrie, all those in favour? 9-0. Okay, LC1, Miscampbell East Culvert Upgrade.
I think are we going straight to the line?
Yeah, no, I'll just change this one.
Oh, sorry.
Righto, so do we have a mover?
You might have to bring it up, Kelly.
Yeah, I'm just moving them.
LC1.
Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move the council note the current status of the project and the discussions held to date with the land owners of 43 to 45 Miss Campbell Street, Roma, and 44 to 48 Miss Campbell Street. I just want to make sure this is the updated one, isn't it?
I'll read it to you to cover. Yeah.
To resolve to acquire by agreement with the affected landowners part of 43 to 45 Miss Campbell Street and part of 44 to 48 Miss Campbell Street as shown on the plans in the council officer's report for the Miss Campbell Street drainage infrastructure upgrade, which is required for the public purpose of transportation to ensure safe passage of vehicular traffic during weather events from Miss Campbell Street. 3, delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to A, progress with negotiating an agreement with the landowners for the acquisition of the land on suitable terms generally in accordance with the valuation obtained by council for this purpose and consistent with the recommendations set out in the council officer's report, and B, negotiate an agreement with the landowners for early access to the land to allow construction of the Miss Campbell drainage infrastructure upgrade to commence in accordance with council's and Department of Transport and Main Roads Works program. Should that be delegate authority to CEO or delegate?
Okay, do we have a seconder for the motion?
Yeah, sorry, I amend that to 3 being delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer or delegate.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. And then I move that we go to the LC3, and that is Roma Campcraft Association proposal. Do we have a second to change the order of business? All those in favour? 9-0. LC3, Roma Campcraft proposal. Do we have a mover?
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 provide Roma Campcraft Association with landholders' consent for their application under active game day projects funding to install the proposed lighting towers and associated work at the Bassett Park Campcraft Arena. Commit to a joint contribution of up to $20,000 from MRC to match Roma camp draft monetary commitment. And to be drawn from work, I'm just, it's up there, you know, just with funds drawn from work order 22307 and work with Roma Camp Draft Association and their approved grant writer to provide required documents and letter of support to complete and finalise the application by 12 noon on the 5th of November.
Okay.
Kel, just in that 3 camp drafts from Word, we've got to leave that out.
Do you want, Jeff, you want to trade that over here?
Okay, and I'll second that motion. Any opposition?
Councillor McMillan,
Sorry.
can we hand that to Cal?
Yeah, it's a
To
bit
make
rough,
it
my
easier?
writing, I'd add to it when I got, sorry.
Okay, we've all heard the motion,
Yeah.
so does anyone wish
I'll
to speak?
help you in a minute, Cal, if
Does anyone wish to speak for or against?
I'll just say, Mr Mayor, I think it'd be a good project if we get it, especially with the proposal to get the Australian Camp Draft Association title here in 2023.
National finals.
National finals.
I do believe that any way we can help any groups is good, and let's see if this can happen. So on that note, if no one else wishes to speak, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour, 9-0.
Mr Mayor, just a second over that.
I was.
Can you read my writing, Cal?
So just saying,
I'll give you-
that RSL we laid at the table, it actually closes on 25th of October as well in RSL funding implications, so you're going to have to come back and do that.
At the special.
So, yeah, I move that we deal with the rest of the items on the ordinary meeting next Wednesday, as we will be at council to deal with the rest of the items of the ordinary meeting.
At a special meeting?
No, at an ordinary.
It can't be an ordinary meeting, it'd have to be a special meeting.
Because this is an ordinary.
Can't I just adjourn the meeting till next Wednesday? I think we've done that before.
Well, you can, yeah,
that's
but you would defer.
Yeah, that's good. So I'll adjourn this meeting to continue. Do we have a time where people are available on Wednesday more than others?
We're here for the day.
We're here 9:30, can make it 8:30 if you want.
Well, we've got commitments at 11 o'clock, and there'll be an outside person coming
If we
in.
start at 8:30, hopefully we won't be knocked off 11.
Oh, is it Tuesday? Can we go?
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
We're starting at 9:30, can we start at 8:30?
Councillor, can I just suggest that if what happens if there was one particular matter that you wanted considered, that you need to have a special meeting
Prior.
if we get advice that Wednesday is too far away and you have to have a special meeting, then you've already got a resolution on the books to adjourn. Subject to, you might need to just foreshadow a special meeting if required or something like that, so we don't have to rescind the.
Or would it just be easier to close the meeting and all of these matters be considered a special meeting on Wednesday, blah, 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 whatever?
It's just that one that I just wanted to flag that you might end up procedure.
Which means we'll do what we did last time, there'll be a special meeting in the middle of an ordinary meeting, where if you just close it today and defer all the matters until Wednesday, unless one has to be
I
dealt
was going to bring something else up, so I'd rather just do you have some wording, CEO, about I'm happy to defer the ordinary meeting and foreshadow a special meeting, possibly, that may be needed. And I'm deferring the ordinary meeting till next Wednesday. Adjourning the ordinary meeting till next Wednesday. Councillor Hancock, did we have a time that was better out of? Can everyone do early?
Wednesday, can you?
8:30 makes sense, because we've got a full day.
Till 8:30 next Wednesday. And we've also foreshadowing in there that there may be need for a special meeting, okay?
Big old, with the RSL item there, that'll be
I
enough
think
early
next
enough.
Wednesday.
Well, I think we've got the option that if it's needed.
But I think next Wednesday we can get on to it. We've got a fair bit of work already done on that.
Okay, yep.
Do we need to move that, or I just, do that?
You've adjourned the meeting.
Yeah, so I'll adjourn the meeting, that council adjourn the ordinary meeting till Wednesday, the 20th of October 2021, commencing at 8:30am.
8:30?
8:30am,
Next
and
Wednesday.
foreshadow that there may be need for a special meeting. Okay, so I'll close the meeting at,
No, you're not closing the meeting.
I'm adjourning the meeting at 6:03pm.